What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show.
You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here.
The podcast on CTR Media Network.
That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Wait a minute. Let me let you see my little bubble. Hello, everybody. How you doing today? This is Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, the host of the CTR Media Network live stream. Yes, baby, we come live every single day, 7 days a week, to spotlight all of the different businesses and also the entrepreneurs and standout influencers who are making a positive impact. We also spotlight all of our different podcasts that's currently streaming on CTR Media Network. We encourage you to go and check us out at ctrmedianetwork.com. You know what, you guys? It's so nice to be here with you on today. And make sure that if you're tuning in live, make sure that you let us know where you're tuning in from so we can give you a shout out live. If you're watching this on the replay or listening to it on the replay, I want you to put #replay so we can get back with you. We're currently seeking more podcasters to join our thriving network. So if you have a podcast show or you're a content creator and you want to know how to flip your content into a podcast, then guess what you need to do? You need to come on over to CTR Media Network. We also have different things to help you thrive and grow. And we just love making a positive impact. With that being said, wait a minute now. We got some comments coming in. Let's see. We got a Facebook user. Let me go check my cell phone to see who this Facebook user is, because they're coming from one of our many groups that we stream in on a daily basis. Oh, this is coming from the CTR Media Network support group on Facebook. We got Paulette Living Strong, baby. She is an amazing speaker. I had the opportunity to interview her on season 4, if I'm not mistaken, on the Tina Ramsey Show. So if you want to learn more about her, just hop on over to YouTube and look for Paulette Living Strong. Listen, she do some amazing things. So thank you for tuning in, love. She is live from Baltimore, Maryland. So welcome. So what we're going to do, we're going to take another commercial break. And when we come back, we are going to tie you into the Speak Easy. Yes, baby. It's the Speak Easy with our host, Constance Woolard. And she also has a panel of individuals that they're having some candid conversations about dating and Christian relationships. Are you willing to fully invest in a relationship? This is an interesting conversation. Woo, child. Stop. She said, yes, thank you, Tina. You are amazing. No, you are amazing. Let me stop. We are amazing. Thank you so much for tuning in. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a commercial break and we're going to go into Speak Easy with Constance Woolard and her ensemble cast. And they're speaking about that good old dating. And if you're a good old Christian like me, how can you make it happen? This new dating, because this is a different kind of dating in this era. That's what all my single friends been telling me. This is a different kind of world with the dating. So how can you do that and be a Christian at the same time? Listen, Paulette, she ready to come on over. I would love to come on as a podcaster. Well, come on over. Pay attention, because we're going to drop the link in the description of this video. I have someone drop it in the description of this video, either in the group or on any of our social media platforms. But you, of course, you know me, so you can reach out to me, because she know me. We was able to be blessed to speak on the same stage a couple of years ago. So let me go ahead and play this commercial. So we have a variety of different people. Say, for example, you're a little shy about coming on a podcast, whether it's video or audio. Well, we have commercial slots that you can actually purchase, and we will play your commercial during this live stream, as well as I play them on the Tina Ramsey Show, which is my show. Thanks to all of you and all your support, and most of all, God. My show is in the top 2% of the most popular podcast shows in the world. So even when you are not there, I am marketing and promoting for you, helping people to get to know you just a little bit better. You're welcome, Paulette. Thank you for tuning in. So we're going to take this commercial break. We probably take about 2 to 3 commercial breaks, 2 to 3 maybe commercials. And then we'll be back in a moment. We're going to give a shout out to our corporate sponsor. Yes, our corporate sponsor is She Trucking. Did you know there's 30,000 women that drive trucks on a day-to-day basis to get us the essential things that we need? Well, yes, they are. It's a community of 30,000 women headed up by Sheree Moore. So enjoy this commercial.
Our CTR Media Network sponsors.
A special shout out to our corporate sponsor, Sheree Moore of SheTrucking.com. SheTrucking.com is committed to helping women and minorities establish and maintain successful careers in the transportation industry. So if you want to know how you can become the next trucker or join the transportation industry, contact SheTrucking.com and join their free Facebook community with over 30,000 women ready to help and support you on your journey. Check them out at SheTrucking.com.
Thank you to our CTR Media Network sponsors. To learn more about our sponsors and CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. It even, listen, go on Amazon and get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43. There is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book is it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
I just had to come back on live right quick before we tie in the speak easy. We have a person. Yes, we have someone that just said they're going to go and purchase. They're going to purchase the Power Up Podcast. And guess who that somebody is? It's Paulette Living Strong. Thank you, love. And when you get the book in your hands, take a screenshot and send me your link to whatever it is that you sell, whatever it is that you offer to the public. And I am going to reciprocate that purchase. So when you put it out there, I am also going to, after you purchase the book, take the screenshot. I'm going to let you send me the link to whatever book or whatever it is that you're doing. And I'm going to give you a shout out and post it on social media. So thank you for your support. So let me go on ahead. Yeah, we have to go ahead and get up into this Christian dating, baby. So let me go ahead and let you guys see what's going on with Miss Constance over here talking about this dating, honey. So enjoy this episode and reach out to CTR Media Network if you would like to go on the virtual podcast tour, if you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, either as a podcaster, a sponsor, a commercial placement, whatever the case may be. We even have magazine opportunities. So just check us out. Go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Thank you so much for tuning in, and you will hear this voice. Yeah, you'll hear this voice throughout the day. Thank you so much. We appreciate all of you. Have a great, amazing rest of your day. Bye.
Somebody say, you know what? I'm going to make that investment in you. Are you willing to make it in me? And I might say, sure. But today, May 9th, 2023, no.
She gave a date.
I don't want to work that hard. I don't want to work that hard. I'm at peace here on this hill by myself. If nobody rings that doorbell, that's okay with me. And if somebody does ring that doorbell, it better be the UPS man. Drop it off my Amazon, okay, or FedEx. It better not be anybody else. Okay? At this point in the game, I am content with me. I enjoy my company. Well, I've always enjoyed my own company. Being an only child, you learn how to entertain yourself. I enjoy my company. I enjoy it, and I'm at peace being here by myself. And I used to hear my mother say all the time, oh, don't worry about me. You know, at one time, she was afraid to stay by herself. And so if my dad went out of town, she wanted me to come and stay with her. I said, why don't you come to my house and stay with me? Now I need you over here. And then she got to a point one day, she's like, no, go ahead, I'm fine. Me and the good Lord, we done worked it out. We got it going on. And she was at peace in that house by herself. And I see what she meant. I'm at peace. I don't want anybody invading my space. I don't want anybody interrupting my space. You know, if I got to make tonight that I'm going to sit down and I'm going to binge watch all these shows that I like, and me and my snacks, well, I got enough snacks for me. I'm not willing to share my snacks. And I don't want you in my space. So it's an investment, and I understand that. So I'm not going to fool myself, and I'm not going to fool anyone else and say, hey, yeah, knowing good and well, I'm not ready to make an investment, nor am I willing to make it. So relationships require work. They require work to maintain and to sustain them. And just like we take our vehicles in for servicing, you got to get that relationship service sometime, because, you know, some things need to be fixed and worked out. Some things need to be discussed and talked about. So Daniel, what do you think about that?
It's all about them knowing their roles. You know, I'm almost sidestep for a second. When I was back doing what I did, as far as when I had my ex-wife and I was cheating and I had my side, I had my jump off, she had to know her position. She had to know what she was. So with a relationship, it's like, so you know what? A bank wants to see your business plan. Yo, they know it's going to be risk in investing in a business, but you know what? The bank is attractive to the person that wants to go into business, and so the person in business needs to look attractive to the bank. Not just about talking and it sounds good, but show me what you work, show me your plan, show me what's solid about you. So you need to know what's solid about you first, so you're not questioning yourself when you're sitting across the table from the other person and you conversing, you having that true communication. Is like, you know what, I got this going on in my life. I got this going on in my life. I'm looking to go in this direction. This is where I want to be at it. Because they don't make a merger unless it's going to be beneficial for both. No businesses do business with each other unless it's going to be beneficial on both sides. One side of the business is not going to give more than the other side of the business, and they both have to come out winning. So a relationship is supposed to be beneficial for both. So you don't go in looking at, this is what you come with, your long list of expectations. This is what I want. This is what I want. I expect to get this. I expect to get this. Because when you go into a relationship, even if it's not a marriage, in the Bible, in marriage saying the two become one, but even if you're seeking to go down that road, I have to leave Daniel alone and start saying us, we, what are we going to build? What are we going to bring? I'm bringing this to the table. You're bringing this to the table because we're expecting to have this outcome. It's all about what we're going to do, us, and take out the I's in the me. So I just believe that, you know, in that, with that investment, you go in and now you're no longer thinking about the direction of my career so much and what I want to do at this point, because it's no longer what I'm going to be doing at this point, because now you added somebody else onto you. And now you're not walking by yourself anymore. So now your decisions have to be also considerate for the other person that's involved with you. So you got to go from that selfish standpoint and be like, all right, you know what? I'm really ready for a mutual type of thing. It's not sharing, it's mutual, because you don't have anything anymore. It's between the two of you, because what I do affects her and what she does affects me. So we have to be in one mind and in one movement and in one motion all the time. And I yield.
Okay, amen, Daniel. That was very good. And so again, expectations. Expectations have to be discussed and they have to align. And if you do not have that discussion prior to, there will be no alignment. And then there's going to be chaos. So you got to have that discussion about expectations. You know, I expect this. And sometimes some of the things that we expect may be a little bit unreasonable. Okay. That's why we need to have that candid discussion before we go any further in a relationship. Bring everything out in the open. As Johnny Taylor say, everything's out in the open. Bring it out there. Talk about it. Lay it on the table. Okay. Well, I expect my shirts to be ironed a certain kind of way. Okay. Well, I expect this amount of money. So talk about those things. Okay. Because what's important to you may not be of importance to the person that you're involved with. So you need to have those candid discussions and be honest. I mean, don't sit there and say, well, okay, well, all right, baby, all right. And then 6 months down the road, well, he get on my nerves. He think I'm going to do all that. No. Be honest. Confront those things head on. Talk about it head on. Be honest. And so that's why I said today, May 9th, 2023, at 6:30 p.m., the answer is no. I'm not willing to work that hard to make that investment. I will stick with Prudential and Mr. Prudential only, and that's it. Now, again, I could change my mind tomorrow. I could meet someone that just sweeps me off my feet. I doubt it. But I could, because all things are possible. But again, should I? Oh, we're going to have some difficult conversations. We're going to have some candid conversations. We're going to have some crucial conversations, and some crucial confrontations. But it's best to go ahead and get it out in the open before you get in a mess. That's why so many relationships are going awry today, because no one took the time to sit down and to talk about things and to be honest. And then now you're all caught up in this thing. And well, what happened to her? That's not the woman I met. And well, what happened to him? You're not the man that I met. And so that's where the confusion starts. And so we got some comments from some of our viewers. We got Miss Tiffany Price from Houston, Texas says, all right now. All right. She's agreeing with what we're saying here this evening. Thank you so much, Tiffany, for tuning in with us. We got Dr. Tricia Goodman said, good evening. And so, yes, investment. So I'm going to ask my panelists. So we say investment. What does a true investment mean to you, Tracy?
I'm going to say true investment. It means giving your all. And you know me, I'm always going to sidetrack some kind of way. It made me think about just past relationships. It's amazing how people tell you what they think you want to hear in order to get in the door. That was a relationship that I just got out of. And when I say that, all the cards were laid on the table. You know, okay, I'm in the ministry. Oh yeah, okay, you know, oh that's good. You know, I can do this. You know, and you start off as though you're leading, and the truth was you're really following. So, you know, there's a lot of things that you know, I discerned, and it sounds good, but at the same time, you know, you have to know. And because I've known this person in the past, you know, I've seen some of the things that I know he was willing to do, but because of situations that he was involved in, as far as, you know, things that he had gone through, as far as death and, you know, things, it's a lot of things that were coming at one time, and it kind of fell off. And, you know, and then I found myself kind of trying to conform into his behavior, and that's not me. And so because of that, you know, it was a hurtful situation because I couldn't believe that I allowed that door to open. And I had to ask myself, as far as my investment, I tried to give them everything. I tried to be a woman, the wife. I tried to be everything I could possibly do, you know, be. But at the same time, the investment, you know, I found myself getting to the place where I didn't had enough, because now my investment is really null and void. And so, you know, when you get into that place, you know, I believe that you have to recognize your own investment, as far as knowing who you are, as far as what is your investment and how much are you willing to give. Because sometimes you feel like you're there, but because you have been so depleted and you constantly give, and you have tears and nobody is depositing, you don't even realize you don't even have any more withdrawals. And I'm not even saying from a financial aspect. I'm talking about from a mental, from a physical, whether you're broken, you're not healed, you haven't been delivered, you haven't been set free, and don't even realize. I was talking to a client earlier, and one of the things, she's no different from you, Constance, and we were just talking about at the age that we are, she's about to be 60. I'm about to be, well, I'm 52. But she was just saying, are you really willing to take a risk at this time, at this age, and getting to know somebody, you know, because everybody has their own lifestyle, everybody lives totally different. And now you mean to tell me now you're going to come together and try to invest in one another when, you know, like you said, I'm at peace being alone. You know, I'm at peace where I can tune you out if I really want to. Or, you know, she said, I just don't know if I want to, you know, and because they have so many obstacles from a, let's see, how do I want to say this? Well, you can handle your own business if you want to. She's like, I don't know if I want to deal with that, And I was like, wow, but it's one of them things, you can handle your own business nowadays. So what are you really ready? What are you willing to really invest in? Do you want to invest in a relationship? The thing is that knowing that God first in all that we do, and you get in that place where, if God is the center and God is the foundation, God will send you what you need. He'll give you what you need. But as far as that risk, are you willing to trust the process and whatever avenue that God has taken you? And are you willing to let that past go? Because I can say now, if I was to enter into a strong relationship, I would know better and how to process it. I can honestly say back then, I don't know if it was because of the things that I had gone through. I didn't realize I wasn't set free or I wasn't delivered from some things. Now that I know where it's a clean slate, I truly believe I can invest totally different because I know what I know what God has for me, and it's a whole different meaning for me now. So the investment totally changes, and I believe that is the thing that people don't take the time to monitor nowadays. Are you willing to be in a relationship where, from a biblical standpoint, where that man actually leads and you are the helpmate, and where you can come in and y'all can join in? And my favorite term is build that empire, together, not separate, or where I can encourage him or push him to do, even focus on his vision, but at the same time, we're two individuals, we're striving for one, but at the same time, we can come together and join in and build an, investment and come together. So, some of the rules is your money, my money. No, I really don't want to be with somebody where your money is going to be your money and my money, even though I would love that. But I mean, it's just it's the criteria of what it is that, you want it to look like in God's way, not our way, but in God's way. And I yield my mic.
Oh, amen, Tracy. Very good. Very good. And again, it's all about choices and what are you willing to give up? Because you have to give up some things when you do that. I know for me, giving up my freedom to hop on a plane when I get ready and just take off and just pack a bag and not worry about leaving somebody behind, that's going to be tough. That will be extremely tough for me. Okay. If I decide, hey, it's Saturday and I'm going to get up and get dressed and head to the fish bank, I'm going. Whether you want to go or not, I'll see you when I get back. And so it's a matter of giving up. It's give and take. Because guess what? They're going to come with some packages and some things that they're not going to want to give up. So that's why those conversations need to take place. They need to be had. And we either going to agree or agree to disagree and move on. So thank you so much, Tracy. Siobhan, investment.
Yeah, so investment, man, when we're talking about agreeing in the conversations, absolutely. Because it's one thing to talk and to tell somebody what you want or what you expect or what you would like. But it's another thing to get that person feedback and find out whether or not they actually agree. Because you can talk and talk and talk and say, hey, this is what the deal is. And they could be like, but check in. Go back, even if you have to say it again. Hey, remember that conversation that, I just want to revisit this, or if things aren't adding up. Hey, we had a conversation about X, Y, and Z. This isn't adding up. Do you remember? Oh, no, I was just not my head. Okay, we got to talk about this. And those people got to be willing to sit down and actually carve out. You can say you're the type of person that doesn't like confrontation, so to speak. I think maybe my personality is similar to Constance, and people might think we're confrontational, but it's not about Tracy shaking her head. So maybe Tracy like that too. I don't know, but it's not it's getting it out and getting clear, and then finding somebody who really understands that. And I get you, Constance. If you really have that peace, you want to be able to do what you want to do. Make that clear, because you might find somebody who actually is the same way. So making a decision. Do I want love because And then how do you want love? How do you want a relationship? Because we can just sit here and picture that a relationship is one way, but if you talk to different people, they're going to tell you different things that they want out of it, what they like about it, what they dislike about it. And remember that relationship, you're always going to change. Like, that's the one constant, is always going to change. Be ready for that and have those conversations so that way you'll know when it's coming up. And don't be afraid to speak up, because oftentimes we keep things to ourselves. We'll go talk to our friends about it. We talking to everybody but the person that we're in a relationship with. Sometimes they're not aware of certain things, and it just requires a conversation like, oh, hey, I didn't even realize that. We can clear this right up. Other times it's on purpose. And so you're going to find that out, and then you'll be able to make a decision after that. But those conversations absolutely are critical. And I think that absolutely we should have them at the beginning, but we should have them constantly. 1 second.
Okay.
They should be on all the time. Anytime that you see something coming up, don't be afraid. Open up your mouth, and it takes practice. So if you're not used to it, the more that you do it, the more it will become comfortable. So uncomfortable conversations, when you practice them, we become common in the home. And so just keep doing it. Keep going after it. Talk and say what's on your mind.
Exactly. Tracy said something about God gives you what you need. I have a good friend, and she had gone through a second divorce. And so she was a lot like me. She was just going to be by herself. She was okay with that. And her mother told her about this minister. And she said, Mama, I know, I don't want to do that. Said, nope, I don't want to date a preacher. Nope. Well, anyway, she met the preacher. And 7 years later, they are together, they're married. And when I tell you, he was what she needed. He was that missing piece. He is what she needed. And that's what God sent him to her. He is what she needed. And now she is just as happy. She's fulfilled. They work well together. It's okay. Now, I'm not saying it's perfect. Okay. But you're right, Tracy. God does give us what we need. Now, Siobhan said there may be someone out there who's like me that likes to do the same thing. If he is, we're on live broadcast. Call it. I doubt if my phone will be ringing, but just in case. Call me. So it's all about investments. Okay. And again, you're right. You have to be equipped to invest. Now, Stash says you can start investing with just $5. Credential won't even talk to you with $5. So how much are you willing to accept for that seed investment? Daniel.
Well, the more we go into this conversation, the more I think about well, this scripture, I was trying to find it. It was really being on my mind, and it's from Proverbs. So it's from the wisdom book, and it says that the blessing of the Lord, it enriches, and he gives, and what he gives, it adds no sorrow. We look at relationships so much from a sense of what went wrong with the past relationships, and we look at that's why we're always measuring and trying to measure and balance and get something adjusted before even going forward. Because if the Lord give it, it's going to be effortless. It's really going to be a whole lot. It's going to be compatibility. The turbulence that we really experience, the difficulty in relationships, shouldn't be a struggle of bumping heads, but more so just to getting through life part of things. The things that come up that bring the merging of money and balancing the books. We shouldn't have to go at each other about personalities, because it's an understanding of, all right, when we put it all up front on the table, if I got a real aggressive nature about me and she has a more meek type of personality, so when I'm talking, she always gonna get offended because she think I'm talking too harsh. We already know that's not gonna work. Ain't no need to even go forward with it. You know, it's some people that at the very beginning, you just know right offset from personalities that, this not even gonna work. I don't need to go into the deep things about whether you leave your underwear and stuff laying around the room. Just from our conversation, we should know, are we heading in the same direction? Do we have the same kind of mindset? Some people grow into each other, but they're still kind of working. They still kind of have the same type of mindset of like, oh yeah, so if you got an app for business, or if I got business in mind, she might not like business, being a business owner so much, but she might like doing the logistics of stuff, the paperwork a part of it. That's a commonality. That's going to work together. It's still beneficial in going in the same direction. But if I'm a lawyer and she's a doctor, man, our field's going to be pulling us in two different directions. When we going to ever have something that we build? What are we really building together besides wealth? We're spending more time apart building our careers, and then at the end of the day, life is over with. So what have we been investing in outside of ourselves? It's about building the life, so we actually having fun building something together for us to enjoy together. So at the beginning, those questions on so where you come from, how, because everybody's been raised differently. Two different kind of, come from two different cultures. One household is with money, and the other household believes in, let's sit down and budget. A budget and whatnot. That's a conflict right there at the beginning. You can tell everything at the beginning, but I think we put so much emphasis on looking at future relationships based off of all the bad relationships, because we're meeting a new person. So we holding so much expectations off of, all right, of course you're not going to go into something blind to be hurt, but when you come in with things that still raw from past hurts, you don't even need to be trying to be going forward at all.
Yes.
Stay by yourself until your bank account is full enough to where you can stand on your own. And then when you're looking at that other business, when you're looking at that business partner to go and make that merger, even if they're not as full as you are, they still need to be just about full, because you don't need a depleted account coming to you.
All right. I think Daniel has summed it up very well. Very well. Okay. So, Siobhan, what are your thoughts on what Daniel said?
So I think that a lot of what he said I agree with, but some of it I don't. And the parts that I don't agree with is that you don't have to be perfect coming in. You're not going to know everything. And I'm not saying that you said someone has to be perfect, but as far as compatibility, I think that it can change over time. And sometimes when you get with another person, you learn and you grow. So you might not even know that you're into something until you start having a conversation. It can introduce you to something. And then let's use the example that you use with the aggressive, like one person is very aggressive, the one is meek and mild. Maybe if that person speaks up and let the other person know, maybe they're just used to rolling over people with their aggressiveness. But if the meek person is like, hey, that actually hurts me, maybe they'll want to change. Let's just say that it's a negative trait. Maybe they'll want to change that negative trait because they want to make sure that they're, being sensitive to their partner. So I don't think that it's a necessary. So I'll put it like this. Yes, you do want to be compatible with somebody, but it's not going to be 100%. You can learn, you can grow, you can change, and then it's also, that's just a small percentage of it. I think that when two people come together and this is one thing about it. You can only control yourself. You only really know what you think and how you truly feel. You can only hope that the other person is being honest with you. But if you guys agree to have like a foundation of, we are going to work on this and we're going to do what it takes to make sure that this thing is healthy, then I believe you can get through anything. And as far as the relationship requiring work, I always say that relationships require work, but the work doesn't have to be hard. And a lot of times it's because you can go at it in the very beginning. You can upload some things. You can get ahead of a lot of things. And then cutting off. So I'm not a fan of this. Okay, especially in the marriage, just cut it off when it's not going right, because feelings are fleeting, right? You should be upset 1 second and the next second you're okay. But as far as you, like Daniel was talking about, if you see something from the very beginning, we have discernment, and a lot of times we ignore it. Okay, and then later on we'll be like, oh man, that was something that I see. Don't be afraid to cut it off just simply because you might be lonely or what ifs or whatever. You got to get good at cutting that off when we know for sure. But like Tracy said, you got to go to the Lord, because He will tell you yes or no. It's a lot of times we just don't listen to Him. So like I said, I agree with a lot of what he said, but I think that I'm a half glass full type person. So I just I think that anything could be worked out with the Lord. So that's just my perspective on it.
Okay, thank you so much, Siobhan. And again, things can be worked out if you want to work it out, if both parties are willing to compromise, because there's some compromise involved. But I think a lot of times we go into relationships with all these false exceptions or expectations, looking at stuff we've seen on television, on reality television, and we say, well, that's what I'm going to do. No, it's not, because it's reality television, but we all know it's not real. It's not reality. Okay. And so you have to bond with someone who is like-minded, okay, like-spirited. Now, are you going to agree on everything? No. But you have to be able to come to a common ground and agree and discuss and make decisions. You just have to. My paternal grandparents were married for 65 years, and they were two totally different personalities, but they were able to sit down and talk and discuss and agree. I never seen two people talk so much. My grandfather was interested in one thing: the 10 o'clock news and the AM news, and that was it as far as television. He was not concerned about anything else. And so I'll never forget when cable first came out, and my grandmother was trying to convince him that they needed cable. And he was like, no, we don't. All we need is what we got right now. And she said, well, you can get 150 channels. He says, I don't watch but one. What am I going to do with 150? But he was looking at it from his point of view, not her point of view. And the same token, she was looking at it from her point of view, but not his point of view. So long story short, they didn't get cable. Okay, until some years later. But at that point, they did not. But that was the discussion. He could only see the need for what he was getting, that 10 o'clock news. That's all he needed it for. But she was looking at the Edge of Night and all this other stuff she wanted to watch. And so, like I said, years later, they got the cable. But why? Because they sat down and they had to revisit and discuss and talk about those things. And so we have to be considerate of each other's feelings. We really do. Now, my thing is, do I just totally give up myself and what I believe and what I want? I'm not there yet. I'm just going to be honest. I am not there yet. Now, I'm willing to discuss and compromise. And at the end of the day, if we need to agree to disagree, that's fine. But there's just some things I'm just not willing to do. And so that's why I'm just going to sit right here on this hill. And I'm not moving. I've staked my claim and I'm not moving. And so let's get into, I miss Pastor Cockfield because he can give us our biblical references, but that's okay. I'll get him later on. And so let's talk about it. We've talked about the investment and, how to talk to each other and how to relate with each other. What if somebody is coming into this thing and they're not being truthful? As Tracy said earlier, they'll talk that good game to get your attention, but then maybe midstream, they want to change up. They didn't present themselves fully and truthfully. How do you handle a situation like that?
Your mic went out, Constant.
It did?
Yes.
We didn't hear what name you said.
Oh, I said, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I was saying, maybe you met someone and, you're talking and you're putting your cards on the table and they are putting cards on the table, but they may not be truthful cards. They're not being truthful or transparent. How do you handle a situation like that when you put your cards on the table and they said what sounded good to you at first, and now here we are in the midst of this thing, and now they want to change gears and, oh no, that's not what I want to do. How do you handle a situation like that?
Act accordingly.
Yeah, did you say act accordingly? It kept cutting out.
I didn't
Alright.
say anybody's name. I just said how. And so,
Oh,
okay, so since I have to call on people like the teacher in school,
Yep.
to act accordingly.
Well, man, that's a because first of all, I'm gonna say, it's just like a job or just like there's a probation period before we even go forward. You know what I'm saying? There's that period beforehand to where, you know what? I mean, both, honestly, it wouldn't just be myself, but both should be doing it, really feeling the other one out, not to see whether or not they're being deceitful or not, or being dishonest, but you really kind of being watchful to see whether or not, just like the bank, when you present your business plan to them, your business proposal, they're going through it to make sure, let me see how these numbers looking for this 5-year projection, this 10-year projection. Let me see whether or not this is something I really I can go forward in, and it's going to be good for me too, because I'm going to give them the money. They get whatever they need to get, and then I come up short. I'm having problems with getting what I need to get out of them. So you got to put everything's supposed to have a probational period before you just actually finalize it and say I'm going forth. And in that probational period, whatever your probation period is, that 90 days, that's 4 months, 120 days, whatever, you ought to get a good sense on a person's personality, because a liar can only hold on to being a good liar for so long. They're gonna have to slip unless they're just a career con person, But the average person, hey, if they're a liar, they're gonna slip, and they're gonna start showing. They're gonna let the slip show at some point, and you're gonna find out what they really about. So, I mean, just be watchful in the beginning and have that probation period. Don't just because it sounds good and it looks good, just go diving into it. We get involved with our eyes too much, with our eyes and our ears. They look good. It sounds good. Oh, we got some chemistry. A lot of relationships get started because of that sexual chemistry, that attractive look, that what it looks like at the eyes. And they're saying all of the right things. I really would like some of that in my life. Oh, that sounds real good. I'd like to, because you know what? Predators know what to feed their prey. They know they've been watching and they've been studying weaker people, weaker vessels for so long that they know how to approach and present to seem harmless and to seem right. So, there's a degree of, that's why you got to have a probational period for anything that you do. There's a period that you just watch and see before you say, okay, I'm going to give you the final answer on this. This is the final go. And that's what I feel about that.
And so, Daniel, it's interesting you said about the terms. I was going to ask that question next. What are the terms of the probationary period? How long should it last? I never forget my dad was dating someone, and he did this, and then at the end, he told me about it. And he said, that she wanted them to live together. He says, okay, well, 2 weeks is the probationary period. And that 2 weeks should tell everything you need to know about each other. Well, they didn't make it 2 weeks. So he called me and told me about it. He said, well, so I said 2 weeks. Okay, so she moved in. He says, well, she didn't like to cook. And that's not going to work with me because I have to eat. So that didn't work. Then she didn't know how to dress. And that wasn't good. Because your mother was a classy dresser. And I'm like, why are you bringing mama into this? 15 years later, why are you bringing her into it? Okay, she was a classy dresser. She doesn't know how to dress. I can't take her around my friends looking like that. And then she doesn't know how to act. And I'm like, okay. So the probationary period was set for 2 weeks. It didn't last, but I guess a week.
Wow.
It happened so fast that our family that lives next door to them didn't even know the woman was down there. It happened this fast. And so my thing is, again, he told her his expectation 2 weeks. He said 2 weeks, but I don't think he made it clear about his expectations of a hot meal.
Hello, this is your host, Tracy Halcrummy with Beauty for Ashes with Tracy. And we are a self-care, mental health awareness podcast that enlightens, inspires, and encourages listeners on how to create wellness. And we also offer strategies for a healthier mindset. How is everyone doing this afternoon? I hope everyone is well. I'm good. We're past our Valentine's Day. We're past my birthday. So we're at a different episode this week. And I wanted to share with you about mental health first aid, mental health first aid certification training, and the benefits of becoming a mental health first aider. I first want to just share with you, as you've been seeing in my advertisement and you see some of my posts, that is the educational training for my nonprofit organization, Joyside Tears. The educational training that I offer is mental health first aid. Mental health first aid is a 3-year certification training that offers all first aiders the resources, tools, skills, and everything to be able to identify, understand, and respond to signs of mental illness and substance use disorders. It gives you the skills you need to reach out and provide the initial help to someone who may be experiencing or developing a mental health or substance use problem, or as well as to experiencing a crisis. So this is what we do. So if you become mental health first aid certified, you would be amongst those who are teachers, first responders, and veterans. You would be neighbors to someone, parents, and either friends. You will also be a person who may be in recovery, or you're there to support a loved one. Mental health first aiders, they are ladies and mayors, anyone who wants to make their community healthier, happier, and safer for everyone. So this is why mental health first aid is important. And just to give you a little bit of insight on who are the mental health first aid trained. So we, Mental Health USA, Mental Health First Aid USA, have reached more than 2.5 million people across the United States. And we have trained in mental health first aid also more than 15,000 instructors. And guess what? I'm a part of that group of the 15,000 instructors. So I decided to get mental health first aid trained because during a point in my life, experiencing the loss of my son, I did not know what to do. I did not realize any signs or symptoms that would have alerted me to this is where he may have been experiencing or thinking about for suicidal ideations. So now I'm at the point where what I've learned, I just want to share, and I also want to train people in the same way. So mental health first aid does matter. And I'm going to give you a little bit of information about it. Most of us wouldn't know how to help someone if we saw them having a heart attack. We start CPR right away, or we'd at least call 911. But there are few of us, very few of us, who would know what to do if someone was having a panic attack, or if they were concerned that their friend or coworker may be experiencing some signs of alcoholism or mental health issues or mental illness. So what this does, mental health first aid, it just takes the fear and hesitation out of starting a conversation about your mental health or substance use problems. So it improves the understanding and it provides an action plan that teaches you the responsibility to safely identify and address these potential mental illnesses or substance use orders. Now, we do not diagnose as mental health first aiders. We do let the professionals, your psychiatrists or your counselors, they're the ones that diagnose. We do not diagnose, but we are there and we are equipped with the tools that someone would need to start the dialogue and to get the people help that they need. We are a vital link to someone experiencing these challenges. So if you wanted to become a mental health first aider, what you would do if you were going to take my class, I would let you know when we would have a class started. I teach corporately as well as individual classes, but my individual classes can be virtual. Most corporate are in person. Some of those would be virtual, but bulk of it, it doesn't matter what state you lived in, what side of the world. We would just set up our time frame to know I'm on Eastern, so you would have to be attending a class virtually that started on Eastern Standard Time. So with that being said, there would be some coursework to complete. So we wouldn't have an 8-hour day. You would complete some self-paced online learning until we had our virtual class meeting. And to start a class individually, I would just need 5 individuals to start a class. We don't hold classes for 1 person or 2. We have a 5-person minimum, and we can go up to 30 people. So just to know a little bit about that. So what we want to figure out is what's the impact that's being had across the globe with mental health first aid. And there's so many people that we're finding issues that are most appropriate to take to our school. So in a article for Mental Health First Aid USA, the media contact talked to someone in Washington. This was from Washington, D.C. in January of this year, that school board members nationwide consider student mental health the most pressing issue facing schools today, according to a national survey of school board commissioned by the Mental Health First Aid USA. So again, with that being said, the school board felt that 86% are a concern. That's the number one concern out of 86% of the school board members, is the mental health dialogue that needs to be had, as well as the education. So by student health being number one in school boards, they're either reporting that it's an extreme concern, they're very concerned, or it's a high level of concern than expressed for school funding. So we're constantly working on how to get more funding. Even my organization, right now, we provide our classes for free, but we are also seeking funding so that we continue to educate in mental health first aid. So the schools express the funding. They also express staffing challenges. They're expressing school safety. So at a time when so many of our children are facing mental health or substance use crisis, they recognize, which is the school boards, that we need to respond. They also know that the schools, the families, and the teens themselves can play an important role in how they address one another, and they are eager to find the tools that can help make a difference. So, with the training, there is an adult mental health first aid, which I am an instructor as well as certified in, and there is a youth mental health first aid. And that's also part of a teen component. So they have teen and they have youth. So it's been proven to be a valuable resource for more than 700 schools in 36 states. So this does come at a time where the nation continues to grapple with mental health crises. Now, not only is suicide the third leading cause of death for youth 15 through 19, 1 in 4 adolescents aged 12 to 17 have had a substance use disorder and or major depressive disorders in the past year. So these numbers are continuously increasing. So we strongly know that as an advocate that I'm with NAMI. As an advocate, I'm also with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. And we know at state and local levels, we advocate with policymakers. And we have to do this a great deal more because this addresses student mental health. It addresses state legislators to do a great deal more. It also addresses our county officials as well as the need for them to do a great deal more. We have made strides and came a long way, especially getting the lifeline with 988 and all of those things set up so it can be a national thing. So we need to just know, though, when it comes to recognize the signs of a student experiencing mental health challenge, including thoughts of suicidal behaviors, that it ranks higher that the parents, close family members, and friends are most likely to see the signs first. So we need to know how to recognize the signs and what important first steps that we need to take as an individual. So we need to become mental health first aid trained and develop the skills to help someone who may be developing a mental health or substance use challenge. And all the evidence are pointing towards not only just the young America, but also still within our adults. But they're seeing a high rise evidence training in the teen mental health first aid that grades 10 through 12 or ages 15 to 18 identify the signs and symptoms the most right now. But what we need to just understand that there are ways, and mental health first aid is one way that we can teach the young people as well as our adults how to open a supportive conversation about mental health and substance use with your friends and the people that are most important to you, and how that they can seek the help of a responsible, trusted adult if you are talking to a minor or adolescent. So you need to point them also in the right direction. Once again, the mental health first aider would not diagnose, but we would be able to have an action plan available if we encountered someone who was experiencing a mental health challenge or a mental substance use disorder, as well as a mental health disorder and challenge. So what we want to do is first understand that in the peer-reviewed studies, the training increases learners' knowledge of the signs, of the symptoms, and of the risk factors associated with both the mental health and substance use. So we become more confident in our ability, and we are helpful in the likelihood to get an individual help that's in distress. So this makes the situation a little bit more easier to be resolved if we know how to handle situations and not try to shun from the responsibility or negate a opportunity to help someone because we don't know what they're experiencing or how to help them in that way. So we do have a lot of self-help resources for individuals. And we do have a lot of information out here that would help people in distress or that's going through any challenge that refers to your mental health. So once again, this is a evidence-based training administered by the National Council for Mental Well-Being. And it teaches you how to identify, understand, and respond to signs of mental health and substance use challenges. Now, we have more than 2.9 people across the United States that have been trained in mental health first aid by a dedicated base of 15,000 instructors. And once again, I am one of those proud instructors. So if you are interested in mental health first aid training, adult mental health first aid training, do go to my website, joyinsidetears.com. And I'm going to have that listed here. You're going to go to joyinsidetears.com, or you're going to go to info@joyinsidetears.com, because these are all information. These are all pieces of information and resource that we need to make sure that in these times and crisis that we are able to help someone. So we're going to definitely go to joyinsidetears.com. It's going to be one of those things there. And we're also going to go to, for info on when our classes are, you could go to info@joyinsidetears.com. And I don't know why I didn't have this done first. I was so excited just to tell you a little bit about it that I forgot that you do need to know where you can reach us. info@joyinsidetears.com. And so this is where you can email my organization and we can help you to get a class. Once again, the classes are free and you won't have to pay for any classes. And we're so happy to probably share with you all the knowledge that I have been given through this training, because we are suffering in silence in many communities. And I did not know what encompassed mental health first aid, because someone may think that person may just be mentally distressed, but it is panic attack, it is eating disorder, it is a schizophrenia, it is a person who suffers from bipolar disorder, it is a person who suffers from hallucinations, it is a person who suffers from substance abuse, it is a person who suffers from suicidal ideation, it is a person that suffers from depression, it is a person who suffers from anxiety. There are so many things that mental health encompasses that is just not about someone not in their right mind as we used to identify mental health with. So we're eager to share all the information. And once again, this is a 3-year certificate training. After you complete your mental health first aid training, we provide a certificate to you once it's completed that is good for 3 years. Once again, this is just like your CPR training or your basic life support, where you would be certified for the 3 years through your American Red Cross or whomever you take your CPR training through. we certify you for 3 years. And in that time, you're also able to become an instructor if you decide to. You're able to help in any capacity. There is so much. Corporately, we're reaching out to people and organizations because we realize this is a workplace issue. When you're at work and you're missing work or you're not functioning properly at work, and you have your departments that deal with the mental health piece, whether it's your employees assistance program or whether it's your human resource programs, we need you trained as well. We need educational staff at the schools trained. We need everyone trained to be able to identify and help someone that is in need, that is suffering a mental health challenge. So, with all that being said, I thank you so much for your time. We're also going to be able to give you another episode. I can go much deeper into this, but this was just an informational to let you know what I do offer through my organization, Joy Inside Tears, which is a nonprofit organization. It is a 501(c) organization. All proceeds are going. If you give to Joy Inside Tears, this is what it helps to do. It helps support those in mental health. It helps provide resources, advocacy, which means I'm advocating for you. I'm with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, as well as with NAMI in Georgia, which is the National Alliance of Mental Illness. So we want you to continue to get the help that you need to make sure that you're in the right place to help someone who may be experiencing a mental illness, because this is what it's all about, the help that we need when we are experience a challenge and when we don't know what to do, we don't know how to help, but we can help you to help others. Let's get involved. Let's get involved. Let's advocate. Avocation means reaching out to your local government, your state government, your legislators, your senators, letting them know how much we need the resources, how much we need the trainings, how much we need to be educated, how much the providers like your counselors and your therapists, how much they need the resources to provide the services that their insurance can pay for. So that also sometimes gives issues in that way, because you're going to your providers and your insurance may not be able to cover your mental health, uh, the department that you're going to, that you have to get the help through. All I'm saying that the insurance sometimes may not cover those treatments. That was the word. I get so passionate. I sometimes lose the thoughts of what I wanted to say, but either way, I think you know what I'm talking about. I think you know where I'm going with this, and I've made it very clear. Mental health first aid trainer is essential to our very being, for all of us, for our communities, for our homes, for our families, for our churches, for our workplace. There are so many people who need your help as well as my help. Consider becoming a mental health first aider. Once again, Joy Inside Tears. Go to joyinsidetears.com and you can look at my website. It's very, very nicely laid out. Please donate. When you do that, you're helping me to provide the training services for free. You also can go to info@Joy Inside Tears. That's the contact page, or that's the email. that gives me the information, and I can let you know a class schedule that's coming up for February and March. I am full for Saturday classes, and I will open up some more classes in April. Joy Inside Tears is so busy for the cause. We're offering support group meetings, and those can also be virtual as well as in person because we have them in the community. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for listening. And as I said, supporting all the platforms that I am on, because this is not about me. This is about me being commissioned to help you to understand that we are all in this together, and we are in a national crisis with suicide, and we need to know how we can prevent suicide if at all possible. And it is possible if we are trained in how to combat and how to impact the lives of someone else through the training. This is Tracy Halcrummy, your host with Joy Inside Tears, as well as Beauty for Ashes with Tracy. I love you all. Thank you for tuning in, and I will talk to you soon. On the next episode, I'll also give you more information about mental health first aid and the essential actions of mental health first aid. Thank you for tuning into this episode on mental health first aid informational. I appreciate it.
Let's have a sit down so we can chit chat for a little while. My name is Sheila C. Hill, and this show is the ultimate go-to podcast for ambitious individuals who want to live a more fulfilling life and be more successful. In this podcast, you're able to get valuable insights, expert tips, and inspiring stories to help you improve your lifestyle, grow your business, or just enhance your emotional well-being. In every episode, you'll gain practical tips and insightful wisdom in the company of supportive community of like-minded individuals whom I love to call Sheila's Thrive Tribe. So if you're a regular listener and you've subscribed to the Sheila C. Hill Show, you're part of that Thrive Tribe. But if you're new, I would like to introduce myself. I'm your host, Sheila C. Hill, and I would like just to say hello. Hola, como está? Bonjour, ni hao, howdy, and what's up, y'all? Come on in and get comfortable and enjoy this episode on today. I'm so excited to have a guest with me today. And our Mr. Lakewood is the owner, the CEO of Elwood Solutions. And also he's a board member of the Irwin Chamber of Commerce. And Little River Days, he is the brainchild behind that, the Little River Days. Also, he is a former TV news reporter and producer. So I might learn a At this time, we may have Mr. Elwood. Mr. Lakewood, come in. Hello. We had a little technical difficulties. I don't know what was going on, but we are here.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome to the Sheila Hill Show. Welcome. Hold on. I have to listen. You have all these accolades. I'm going to have to.
Thank you so much for having me.
I have my little clapper here. There we go. It's a pleasure. All right, so
Thank
that was
you.
a little about you. So if you could just tell the audience who you are in a nutshell, what do you like to do? Just give us your spiel.
Absolutely. My name is Lakewood. I own Elwood Solutions. We are a branding, marketing, and events firm based in the wonderful city of Fayetteville, North Carolina. We serve pretty much the entire state of North Carolina and Virginia, specializing in branding and marketing and helping businesses, municipalities, utility suppliers, you name it, we've done it, and helping those entities thrive. And we have been in business since 2019. I have gone through several roles in other companies during that time. And then last year decided to jump off on my own and take my business full time. Am a former television news reporter and producer, was in that field for roughly about 5 years, moved over into the corporate marketing world and worked as a regional marketing for a catering department lead for a predominant restaurant chain here in the North Carolina area. And then slid off and decided, hey, it's time to jump into this full throttle, make it really live out my dream. And thus Elwood Solutions became my full-time pride and joy.
That is awesome. Congratulations to you. I mean, listen, you can entrepreneur, if you make it past 6 months, it is worth celebrating, because entrepreneurship is not for the weak at heart at all. I don't care what anybody says. So congratulations to you. So as you begin to transition, what was your major challenge that you faced to move over into the full time of entrepreneurship?
My main challenge starting off was just, the fear of the unknown, really, to be honest with you. It was not knowing what the next day would bring. I kind of got in my comfort zone, working, whether it was in the news industry, then transitioning into the corporate world. I always had that security blanket of, I'm going to wake up and go to my 9 to 5. I'm going to have that. That is my plan A, my plan B, and my plan C. And I think just kind of getting over that process and figuring out and really like just taking on the next step and saying, hey, I'm ready, and finding the confidence in myself was probably the biggest challenge in taking that step. Looking back, I'm so glad that I overcame that challenge and didn't allow that challenge to stop me in any way. But just in the present at that time, it was one of the most scariest, just one of the most frightening feelings, most frightening. It was crazy. It was just such a challenge, as you said.
Yes, definitely so. And I think that's what, a lot of times we see the stories and we hear people talk about entrepreneurship, but then we see the glitz and the glamour, the Instagram life is what I call it, but the behind the scenes, the piece where you're afraid, you don't know what's going to happen, what's tomorrow going to look like, and things like that. People need to understand that it does have the good, the bad, and the ugly that comes with entrepreneurship. So getting over that. Oh, and another thing too, this is one subject I spoke on not too long ago, having imposter syndrome. Woo! Listen, imposter syndrome can slip in all day when you're in corporate world. You feel okay because you don't really have the weight on your shoulder. You have tasks to do, but when it's your business, what?
Yes.
So have you ever dealt with imposter syndrome?
Yes and no. It's kind of a I want to say predominantly yes, absolutely. But to an extent also no, meaning like I have been in a bunch of crazy scenarios over my life. And I think having, and my jobs also set me up for entrepreneurial success. I will say that. It was never a,
Okay.
oh, here's your task to do it. It was always a make your decisions, position it. So unlike many people, I think I got lucky in that route and was able to say, hey, this is it just boosted my confidence, honestly. Just being
Okay.
completely honest with you. I kind of was in these positions that allowed me to build up to the step that I'm in now.
Okay. Hey, that's great that they was able to sort of, in a sense, build you and mold you to prepare you for that thrash that you went. Because listen, for those who are not prepared, it's just like we just gone on about their
Yes.
business. So when you find yourself, okay, so when you first started out, what type of support, or did you have support surrounding you that helped you?
I did. I found support in a lot of places and in places I never thought I would find it.
Okay.
One of my biggest places that I kind of put, not necessarily in the making the jump, but the months thereafter, was in my local chamber of commerce.
Okay.
I found some of the best support during that time. I had entrepreneurs to lean on and to guide me and to help me. I'm raised in a family of entrepreneurs. My parents, my grandparents, they were entrepreneurs. And I come from that background as well. So I had that support that was, there for me. And just friends, family, even my colleagues, and even some of my leadership at my previous job was very supportive in that transition and gave me the boost of confidence that I needed to move into my life as an entrepreneur.
Oh, that's great. That is great to have that support, because we do have some people who do not have support, and they're the first ones leading the way and getting the nicks and bruises that comes with it because you don't know. So oh yeah, that's awesome. Congratulations to you and your family for having that experience for you. Okay, so if you had to do it all over again, like what would you do different as far as your entrepreneurship journey?
Oh, that's a tough one, but it's one
I
that's
know.
really got me thinking. Do it again. I would probably have to say I would have done it sooner.
Ooh, come
That's
on
my
now.
I would have done it sooner. That's my biggest regret is why didn't I take this leap 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago and go ahead and do it? It's I regret it, but at the same time, it's one of those things like I'm glad I had the experiences I did and I was able to build off of that. But at the same time, I'm like, this is the life that was destined for me. And here I am thriving in it. I just wish I would have done it sooner.
Yes. And you know what? I feel the same way. Even though you go through so much, I cannot see myself doing anything else. I just can't. It's just like this is who I am.
Yes.
It's in my
Yes.
DNA. I have to do this. Yes, no doubt. Okay, so all right, let's get off the entrepreneur piece of it. What's something that is a fun fact about you? What's a fun fact? What is something that you like, or maybe like a hobby or something somebody may not know about you that may be, a little different or unique?
I one thing that people who are close to me know this. I absolutely adore animals. I'm not a dog and cat person. Have a dog, have a cat, but I have exotic animals. I've always loved exotic animals. I have a macaw. I have a giant sulcata tortoise. I've had any animal you can think of, from a long Burmese python. I've had them all and I enjoy it. But it's something that people, when they see me out and about, they're like, I could never picture you having these animals, but it's just, they bring me so much joy.
Oh my goodness, that is very unique.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine you saying that. Oh my goodness. Wow. So tell me, where is your dream vacation?
Dream vacation. So going off the exotic animal piece, I have always wanted to go to Australia. So Queensland and New Zealand, Australia, New Zealand. I want to do them together so bad. It's a dream vacation, and it's looking to become reality sooner than sooner rather than later, so I can find my words.
Okay.
But it's been my dream vacation since I was probably 3 or 4 years old.
Wow. That is great that you're making plans to it. It's so interesting because that was one of my locations that I wanted to go to as well. I used to work for the airline industry, so we flew all over the world, but I said I wanted to go to Australia. But during the time, I did not know anyone. And my girlfriends was like, no, we going somewhere else.
Yeah.
They was like, we're going to South America, we going to all these other places. I was like, I want to go to Australia. So I did not embark. And that was one of my regrets because this one girl said, I'll go with you. And I was like, I don't know you. You get me into another country and I know they be to sold my liver. So no, and no. And no. So yeah, that's one of my regrets. So please, if you get a chance to go, bring me a souvenir back or something.
Absolutely.
That is great. That is so great. Okay, so overall, like what is your, like on a daily basis, how do you get clients? So for what you do in your Elwood Solutions, how do you get access to clients?
So I have built a great network, personal and professionally, that I can really rely on. I do a lot of networking, especially through the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay.
I am always networking, talking with people. And when you get into that business to business atmosphere, and for me, being in a business to business industry, that is my number one source of leads. It's getting out there, talking to people, especially when you find these entrepreneurs who are just starting out or who have recently hit a hiccup in their life, whether they're having to restructure, having to change. That's where we're comfortable, and that's where we're able to guide and make that process a little easier when it comes to the marketing and branding side of things. So
Okay.
I would definitely say that is our area of where we're able to pull clients from, is in that networking atmosphere.
Oh, that's great. That is awesome because we have so many new entrepreneurs or solopreneurs who try to do everything themselves. We wear so many hats. What can you say to that new business owner or that solopreneur in the sense of it's okay to reach out for help? What do you say to them?
I tell them that I know a lot of times the excuse is budget. I'm just getting started. I don't know where to turn with the budget that I have. Many of us started with the money we had in our pockets, not wanting to go down that journey of getting into debt. And for those people, I just recommend taking the first step and reaching out. In the marketing field, I've seen this across the entire industry. A lot of people are very receptive to offering that help. Whether it's you've got a $3 budget or a $30,000 budget, there is that space there where someone can help you bridge that gap. Or like in many cases where I may not have the specialty that a person in my network does. And I always just recommend reaching out. Just reach out to someone who's in the space already. Get their advice, take their advice to heart, and really just kind of look at your budget, look at the options that are on the table for you, and explore those with an open mind. Because in 99.99999% of any marketing you do, you're going to see a return on your investment. It may not be right away. It may not be tomorrow, but you're going to see that return on that investment, and the money you invest in now is going to help your money grow. It's going to help your business grow and your money grow when it comes to, down the road at some point. And I think a lot of people come into it with, if I can do it myself, I can make it happen overnight. And they come to find that the reality of that is very far-fetched. It's very hard to reach. And just reaching out to someone like myself can be the best thing for you in many cases. Is it always the best option? Is it always an option? Not necessarily, but
Mhm.
not for everyone. But for majority of the entrepreneurs coming to light in this very competitive, where many markets are so saturated, it is the best way to get ahead. It's the best way to get your foot in that door of entrepreneurship, to get your foot in your door in your industry and boost yourself.
Most definitely. That's some great information. A lot of times, especially new entrepreneurs, we say, well, like you're saying, it's not in the budget. Um, I can't afford it. But at the end of the day, sometimes you just can't afford not to do it,
Mhm.
and it's better to get that guidance at the beginning to propel you to make sure you're even on the right path, because the focus that you may have may not be good. It may not be profitable.
And I've got two more words to add to my answer to that last question.
Okay.
Write off.
Ooh.
Write off. Yes. And yeah, those are my two words. You are always able to, your marketing services are an expense for your business. You are able to write those off. It is investing in yourself and getting that return in that way as well.
Most definitely. Great advice. And you know what? A lot of times when you're talking to someone who, like yourself, who have so much knowledge, sometimes you're giving so many free gems that people don't realize it. Sometimes it's enough to grab to understand how important the services that you offer. And then just to even watch you move around. Now, I see you moving around town. I see you. I have seen you move. I've seen you at a dance. So just know, I see you, Lake. You're
Absolutely.
doing your
I've seen you
thing.
too. I continue to see you doing great things as well.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think a lot of times people don't understand, just because, especially on social media, they feel like I don't see the comments, or I don't see the liking, the likes, amount of likes. Keep doing what you're doing. Any entrepreneur, don't focus on the likes, don't focus on the comments. Continue to promote yourself. That's free advice right there. Promote yourself.
Absolutely. And
Period.
and promoting yourself and getting out there is one of the biggest pieces of one of those gems that you just, free gems that I would drop is get out there, go to networking events. You never know how and what is around the corner as far as partnerships. We are always doing partnerships with other companies inside of our industry, outside of our industry, and it's all for the greater good, for our business, for their business, and it helps us really raise each other together. But for an entrepreneur starting out, that key component of just networking, being beside other people in the same mindset who know what you're going through, is so crucial.
That is so true. And you never know who knows someone else that is that puzzle piece that can connect things for you. I know I was at one event and it was just a conversation. It was networking. And then there was like, oh, you need to meet so and so. So when we met, it was just like, oh my goodness, this is exactly what I need. This is the missing piece. And had I not stepped out and went to that one networking event, I would not have met the next person. And I mean, even now, these people are regular weekly accountability partners, that are very strategic in a lot of things that I do. So that is so important. That's such great advice, Lake. I really appreciate that. I think a lot of times we feel like we're the only ones that's doing it, and we feel frustrated at times, and we feel no one understands. And like you were saying, it's very important to be a part of organizations such as a chamber of commerce in your local cities. Connect with them and learn from them as well, because there's great opportunities along with the networking on a regular basis. So definitely check into that. And if you're in the North Carolina area, in the Irwin area, Linden, Fayetteville, get up with Lake. He can help you out and help you and assist you in any way possible. At this time, we're going to take a short commercial break, and we're going to be right back shortly. In a moment, I hope I'm not losing my voice, but we will take a short commercial break. This is really great information, guys. If you want to learn more, we're gonna get Lake's information for you to follow him as well. But he is dropping some major gems for you entrepreneurs. Learn from those who have already paved the way. All right, right now for this commercial break. If anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. It even, listen, go on Amazon, get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43. There is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon. All right. We want to focus on that. If you're interested in podcasting, that is the #1 book to grab. So before the commercial break, we're talking with Lake Wood. He is the CEO, the brainchild behind Elwood Solutions here in the North Carolina area. So please welcome back Mr. Wood to the stage. Yay! Gotta get my clapping sound effects. Yay! Okay, so based on tell me the steps that an entrepreneur, a new business owner comes to you. What do they need to have done prior to seeing you to be successful? What do you need from them?
I tell folks to have one thing. Have an understanding of who your business is, who you are, and what you want to become. We can figure everything out when we get to the table and start talking it out as far as budget-wise, what your needs are in that moment. Because a lot of times as an entrepreneur, we don't know what's available to us. We don't know outside of our industry or even just in business in general, what all the opportunities and all the options are for us. So I tell people, don't focus on finding your options right away. Take that time, figure out who you are, who your business is, and who you want to become, and allow that to be your guiding principle.
Ah, that's great. That's great. So do you help them also try to find their target audience, or do they need to do that on their own?
Yes. So we have a very very, very integrated target market analysis that we do with any business owner that comes to us looking for marketing or branding services, because as much as it helps us with marketing, it also helps us with branding and how we're going to put your brand out there and how we're going to put your brand together. But we do a very extensive search. We compile a lot of data from the census, from just a variety of sources. We have our own marketing research team that actually goes out, and we can put on special tasks to go out and grab the information that we're needing at hand to develop that. A lot of times we are able to guide a business owner in understanding, hey, this may be out of your reach right now, but we can give them goals as to when to reach a certain target audience. And we also really, part of that analysis is finding your niche and where you are in your industry. Every industry is going to have a variety of niche options that your business can take and find something you're really good at. And we kind of help and guide you in understanding that, hey, these may be opportunities for you. And we kind of really take that analysis very seriously. Another thing that we rely on heavily when understanding a target market is utilizing what we call marketing use plans, or MUPs. Those are plans that my team, my marketing research team, draft up for different areas, and they do an industry by industry assessment to learn that, for instance, we represent a plumber here in Harnett County. And when I say represent, we handle a lot of their marketing and their branding. And we looked at communities. We did our MUP for Harnett County, looked at different areas that did not have a business that many people relied on within that community. And we were able to pair that business with these communities that did not have that service, that resource. And it really helped them. I think we had a 900 or so % just on defining their target market and an ROI, just on that one assessment that we did and paired where they were at.
Okay, now this sounds really technical. This sounds really, really technical. So you have a team that does the market analysis, all of that. Then you're going to ask them, you're going to help them with branding. You're going to help them with the target market. You're going to help them. So basically, you're a one-stop shop is what I'm hearing.
Yes, we are full service from start to not even finished. We never stop. We are your one-stop shop, full service. And a lot of people don't realize that for any marketing company, what our capabilities are. Whether you're coming to us and you need assistance with just the legwork as far as defining that target market, if you decide, hey, I don't need anybody, or I want to take that extra step and be more authentic in my business and handle all my social media, we got you, girl. I mean, we're there to help support you and get that legwork started to where you can be successful in that journey. And a lot of people don't realize that you don't have to give away your marketing potential, your personality to an agency. We can help you fill in those gaps where you don't have it. Or if you're like, here, you take it, we do it. We're all game for that as well. We're going to help you in the best way we can.
That is awesome. Oh my goodness, Lake. I love it. Okay, now you mentioned about having the niche in your industry. What do you say to the entrepreneur? Because a lot of entrepreneurs are very creative. Sometimes they think outside the box. It's almost, you can almost pick an entrepreneur out. The way we think. Sometimes we have ADHD. Let's just put it out there. So what do you say to the person who is on team do too much, like me, and I'm all over the place? I have this, I'm on this project, I'm working on this business, and it's like, ooh, it's like squirrel. Your attention is all over the place. What do you say to the entrepreneur who have not had a chance to sort of narrow down, or they said, well, I can do this good and I can do this good, so I'm trying to do them all? What do you say to that person?
I have a very controversial opinion actually on this topic.
Ooh, okay.
I say you can do it all. Just where you direct your energy and your focus needs to be at what you're good at and what people want you to be, what need from you.
Okay.
You can do it all. I mean, I've got 1,000 different things going on at once, and it's the life of an entrepreneur. We're going to have to tackle things, and it's great to have the community service aspect. I love doing my community service and how I can help. And I space myself enough where I don't get burnt out, but my energy when it comes time to putting it together, my energy goes into what I know I'm good at and what is expected of me and what is needed of me by my clients, my community, my leads that I'm getting in day after day, and just really focusing on that as my main source of energy. But we're human beings. We're going to do it all. We're going to attempt to do it all. Like you said, the entrepreneurial spirit, that is it. Yeah. And I think that when we, compile it and say, hey, this is what's on my plate, but here's what I'm going to focus my energy on, it comes out good for all of us.
Most definitely, most definitely. I love that. Okay, so you mentioned burnout. How do you avoid burnout? Because we do so much. How do you have that balance of self-care, not to burn out? I just recently did a social media post, and I was asking what's your main struggles as an entrepreneur, and a lot of it was burnout, anxiety, financial, and the other one was imposter syndrome. So let's talk about burnout. How do you handle that?
It's so funny that you mentioned this because just the other day in my sales call with my account executives, I found this graph that was showing a battery. And this is how I led off our sales call the other day. And your battery, so many of us charge it when it's empty, when we should be charging it when it's half full. And take that time before we get down to that 1%. Take that time at 50% and say, hey, I need a day. I need a day or two, or I need an hour or two if we're doing it day by day. And just saying, let me recharge. Let me take my mind off of it for a little bit. And for so many of us, that looks so different. For me, some weeks, even for some of us, it looks different week to week. For me, someday the one little hair or that 50% that keeps me from my burnout is going out to lunch, or it's taking a day off, or I do this a lot. I will remove myself from a heavier weighted project and put myself on a smaller one for the day to give myself that relief and get my mind off of that big hurdle that I've got to overcome. And it just kind of helps me prevent that burnout. Now, as an entrepreneur, yes, we all get burnout. I get burnout more than I would like to admit, but it happens, especially when we have event season and we're running all over the place and it feels like I don't have time. And it gets to the point where when you go to bed at night, you're like, I shouldn't be sleeping. And it's just, but you need it. And trying to overcome that has been, it is one in its own, a very challenging part of entrepreneurship, but it's one that I think is more obtainable than many of us, even in our own conscience, realize.
Most definitely. Most definitely. Great advice, because I love being here at the Sheila C. Hill Show. We just don't talk about it. We want to give people solutions. So that was very great, detailed solutions that someone can use to avoid the burnout. And I love the analogy of charge the battery before it gets to the 1%, before you're out. That's almost remind me of when I have to get my gas. I hate stopping and getting gas. Like, what? I got to get gas again? Oh my goodness. So now I just want to tell myself, okay, if I get gas when it's half full or half empty, then I don't have to wait till it gets almost, and I'm just like, am I going to make it to the gas station? Yeah, so that's the same idea. Charge your battery before it gets too low. Boom. Who would have thought? That makes so much sense. Okay, so tell me, other than what you offer with your business, what how can people contact you, or do you have something to offer? What is what do you have? Do you mentor people? Do you coach people? Do you have an offer that you want to let the people know about?
Yeah, I am always able to be reached. I'm always on Facebook and Instagram, LinkedIn. My Instagram is Lakewood_TV. And I've gotten back into the world of putting my content out there. I got burnt out there for a little while and wasn't able to take the time to make and create the content. I have my own podcast that's starting up in September, where I share those little bits and pieces of marketing information. It's called All Angles with Elle Wood, and it is a very compulsive podcast as far as we talk about everything. And it's just the side of entrepreneurship you don't get to see on a day-to-day. Entrepreneurs have fun. We have that freedom, but that's enough on that plug. But I'm always here to help someone. If you're at a loss, you don't know what to do, give me a call. DM me on Instagram, send me a message on Facebook. I'm always going to be there to help and guide and mentor in that way. I love helping people, love being out in the community, and I'm always there in that aspect.
Okay, and what was that social media handle again?
So my Instagram is Lakewood_TV. That's also my handle on Threads. I also have my Facebook, which is just Lakewood, and LinkedIn Lakewood as well.
Okay, awesome. So you all got everyone hears that. Please go and follow Lakewood. Please. Okay, do you have any last words? What's some advice that you would like to give someone, or your last words, anything, any subject?
Join your Chamber of Commerce. Your local Chamber of Commerce is your best marketing investment that you're ever going to make in your business. I will live by that. I'm a marketing professional by day, and I've received more support from my Chamber of Commerce than anything.
Okay, so I have a question. So someone is the Chamber of Commerce in another city, okay? And they said, why don't you join? I said, well, my business is not in that city. And they said, it doesn't matter. You can just still join and we can assist you. I didn't know that. Is that how you all work too?
Absolutely. So Chamber of Commerce we're a member of 6 Chamber of Commerce, different chamber organizations across the state. We're day-to-day joining more. Chamber of Commerce their primary thing is offering you that education, that motivation. Mm-hmm. They offer great events for a business like us. We do get a lot off of our chambers because we are business to business. More business to consumer based businesses can also benefit greatly by joining a variety of Chamber of Commerces, because you're going to see, and after the pandemic, we've seen a lot more digital workshops. You don't have to be in that city to learn the variant of different things, different skills. I know for me, I'm getting ready next Wednesday on July 26th in Coates, North Carolina. We've got our Meta for Business. It's a great workshop that we've got to offer from Elwood Solutions, but we're teaming up with the Coates Greater Area Chamber of Commerce and the Irwin Area Chamber of Commerce to put this class on. And it's little educational pieces like that. And I know, comparing my curriculum for my course to another one that was up in the Raleigh area, they're completely different, but they complement each other so well. So having those resources in those different chamber organizations is going to be so beneficial for you, especially when it comes to events. We all love a good event. I love events. I love community events, and being able to see what these professionals are putting on in these different communities that is there to generate that commerce, that's there to generate that economic stability. It's just such a beautiful thing to watch.
Oh, wow. That is so awesome. That is a great plug for the Chamber of Commerce throughout the world, guys. Okay, so y'all heard it from him. Join your Chamber of Commerce. There's so much information and so much support that they can offer you as well. So listen, get into it as soon as possible. And at this time, thank you very much, Lakewood, for joining us today. I really enjoyed the conversation. Until we meet again, listen, and much success on your upcoming podcast. If you need any help, let me know. But you sound like you're a professional, because listen, you was a TV producer. You got this.
Yes, I'll definitely be reaching out for help, because this podcast world is something else to navigate. I will tell you. Sheila, thank you so much for having me. I've really appreciated it.
You're welcome. Take care. Okay, guys. Yes, it was a pleasure to have Mr. Lakewood on today. I tell you, that was some really great gems. So listen, get into it. Yes. So excited. So thank you for joining today, the Sheila C. Hill Show. Listen, if you have any feedback, if Lake says something that resonates with you, just let us know what really hit that for you and gave you that inspiration. Just comment and let us know what you liked liked about the episode on today, and if you see anything that resonates with you, if you learned anything, just consider liking, subscribing, and sharing. And if you have a extraordinary story that you would like to share, we are accepting guests on the Sheila C. Hill Show. Just go on the SheilaCHillShow.com and click the little link where it says be our guest at the very top, and you can register to be our guest. So in the meantime, just know that you are loved and you are highly appreciated. And whatever you do in life, just understand you still must be your unapologetically self. Do your best that you can do. Don't worry about anyone else. You are special, you are loved, and you appreciate it. So at the end of the day, let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's go. Until next time on the Sheila C. Hill Show. So glad you all was here today. Yes.
Sponsors.
A special shout out to our corporate sponsor, Sheree Moore of SheTrucking.com. SheTrucking.com is committed to helping women and minorities establish and maintain successful careers in the transportation industry. So if you want to know how you can become the next trucker or join the transportation industry, contact SheTrucking.com and join their free Facebook community with over 30,000 women ready to help and support you on your journey. Check them out at SheTrucking.com.
Thank you to our CTR Media Network sponsors. To learn more about our sponsors and CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Chats with Nicole. I'm Nicole Boone. He'll have you laughing, crying, and feeling inspired on every episode. I'm talking about Michael Finkley of The Michael Finkley Show. He's my guest today. I'm so excited to have him. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Nikki, for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
Absolutely. You are from Mullins, and 3 years ago, you decided to start your own show. Tell me more.
Yeah, so during the pandemic, right, we're all home doing nothing, right, indoors. And so I've always wanted to start this platform of, to inform, educate, and inspire, right? So this lifestyle social media talk show became about. And so we talk with guests that are dealing with a lot of different things, right? They may be, going through different things in life, or they may be going through, have a movie coming out, or, the next sitcom, right? So it's just a vast variety of individuals that we talk with.
Yeah, so you just gave me a glimpse
Yeah.
of some of your guests. Can you tell me a little more about your guests? Can you drop some names for me? Because you have some high profile folks.
So we have interview Burnett Status from Good Times. We have, so many different individuals from Tyler Perry Studios, and it's the list just continues, right? Because they have a story, right? You may see them on these different screens, but when they talk with Finkley, they can become that much more three-dimensional.
Yeah, they become a
Yeah.
part of the Fink fam.
Yeah, always, always.
Who's your dream guest?
Oh my word! I think that we have this in common. Tyler Perry.
Yeah, I want to
Tyler
interview Tyler Perry.
Perry, Oprah, of course, and then also too, just that next coming artist, that next coming influencer, right? That's wanting to make a difference in the world that we live in today.
Absolutely. What inspires you?
Oh my word! So life inspires me. We go through so many different things in life that kind of drag us down, but we look at the positive things in life, right? That keeps us moving and keeps us motivated to that next level. However, we define success.
And many of your guests actually are inspirational in their stories. They have many success stories that they share. And I would think they give others hope by sharing their stories. Do you find that to be the case?
I definitely agree. Every time before I turn on that camera, I say a prayer. I say to them, I say to the Lord, I'm like, listen, I need to be inspired. They need to be inspired. And the people that are watching need to be inspired as well. So it's just a full circle moment.
Absolutely. So where does your show air and when? How can people find it?
Yeah, definitely. So we're powered by the CTR Media Network through all major podcast platforms, and we're also on YouTube as well. So you want to see us virtually. You're on YouTube at Mondays at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And you can listen to us again on CTR Media Network on those podcasts at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as well.
And if people want to reach you, how can they do that?
Oh, definitely. So they can email us at info@michaelfinkleyshow.com, of course.
To be a part of the Fink fam.
Fink fam. And so you are part of the Fink fam as well. But we want to make it official once more.
Yes.
Make it official. So this is
Let
for
me
you.
see how it looks. Let me see it. Hold
This
it
is
up.
us for you.
I am officially a part of the Fink fam.
Officially.
Fantastic. Michael, it's been great having you on the show today. Thank you so much for being my
so
guest.
Welcome. So
All
welcome.
right. And we'll be right back, folks.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. Good evening. I've had a little technical difficulty, as you can see. So I'm sweating myself to death, but welcome to Sweet Blessings. We're going to get through this evening. So welcome to Sweet Blessings, the Anna L. Brothers Show and Podcast, where we inspire, encourage, and empower you to live a healthier lifestyle. And so what is going on today, I don't know. I'm having some type of computer glitches on my thing here. So I've had problems with it, God, all day for real. So, but we're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to work with what we have this evening. And I am Anna. I am a retired school teacher. As you can see, there's nothing up on my screen. All of my stuff is gone. I don't know what happened to it. I'll have to look at it later. But anyway, we're going on with Sweet Blessings, the Anna L. Brothers Show and podcast. The purpose of this podcast is to inspire, encourage, and empower people to live a healthier lifestyle. And I'm Anna. I'm a retired school teacher, an educational consultant, a certified cake instructor, a health coach, as well as a jury consultant. And my purpose is to bring you knowledge, workshops, and speakers on things that can better your life as well as we go along. Good evening, Taylor. How are you? I'm having technical difficulties this evening, but thank you for coming on this minute. You see, none of my stuff is on here this evening, so I don't know what I did. I hit something and I just could not get it back in time for me to get on, and I did it just before. I've just been having computer stuff all day for a while, so thank you so much for coming on. The purpose of the podcast is really basically about ordinary people doing extraordinary things. And so I try to bring you speakers, I try to bring you workshops, and I also try to bring you knowledge. So this month I was kind of trying to concentrate on going back to school. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about that. But before I do that, there is some things, there's some housekeeping, as they might call, that I need to go through before I get started. So basically, this is my bit. I didn't lose everything. I just lost some of the things, but this is my bit or my website. It takes you to my website, and there you can sign up if you want to be a guest on my show, as well as be a sponsor of my show. And I do have different types of sponsorships, as well as different types of episodes or ways that you can kind of help me out as well. Also, this is my Facebook page. I do go live on Facebook at least 3 times a week, sometimes more. So you can check me out there if you like. I also go live on Instagram as well, but just basically just one day a week I go live on Instagram. And then if you want to have questions or anything like that, then you can always reach me at my email, and this is my email. But excuse me. But before we get started, I'm going to ask that you subscribe to my YouTube channel, and that is it on the bottom of the screen that is going on. I need you all to go to my channel and subscribe to that. And then the last thing, okay. And then the last thing is you can also, people who are on Facebook, you can also support me by sending stars. And you know that stars help me earn money to make content as well. So we are, I don't know what happened here, but I lost all my commercials, everything, y'all. So we're just going to go right on into it today. I'm going to have to get somebody to, oh God, I'm going to have to get somebody to look into it. I don't know what happened. I don't remember the lights or anything going out. So, but anyway, we're just going to go ahead on and let me get I'm going to pull my slide up because I was going to break for a commercial, But unfortunately, I lost my commercials. They're not on here, so I don't know what I'm gonna have to get somebody. God, it's always something. Get somebody to help me in that situation. Oh, it's a bad day today. Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm just going to go with the flow. You know, I always have a little some problems sometimes. We all do, but it's, you know, you just hate to have those problems when you're going when you're going live. Okay. That's just my thing. But all right, so we're going to go ahead and get started. So I'm going to talk about this today. I'm going to talk about schools because schools have started, okay? And some of them have started, and then some of them have not started. But last week, I kind of talked on, it is, but Taylor said it's a good day, just a few bumps. You're right, it's just a few bumps. And we have to learn how to get over those bumps as well, okay, when we're out. So that's what I'm doing. You got to go with the, you got to just go with the flow. So, but anyway, I was talking about going back to school. Going back to school, last week I talked about preparing yourself. And I talked about it's not just the parents and it's not just the students, but it's the teachers as well as the administration. And so sometimes time, I don't know about you all, but with me, time gets away from me. So that's basically what happens. Time gets away from you. And we need ways to come up with things that will help us better understand our timing and working with time. So basically, that's what I'm going to be talking about this evening: impact of effective time management on your academic success and work-life balance. And what I'm going to do is I am going to break it down into different areas, as you can see. Hopefully, my slide is okay. All right, so time management is crucial when preparing for the school year while maintaining a healthy relationship. You want to set priorities. Create a schedule that allocates time for studying, organizing school materials, and spending quality time with your other half or your family. Communication is the key. So you want to keep your partner or your family informed about your schedule and involve them in your planning. And remember to always allocate time for self-care and relaxation to avoid burnout. So we want to talk about the impact of time management on teachers, administration, and children. Let's look at the teachers first. Teachers need proper time management. It allows the teacher to plan lesson plans, grade assignments, and develop engaging content. It reduces the stress and helps maintain a healthy work-life balance, allowing them to be more effective in the classroom. And then let's look at the parents. Now, parents, it's a good time. Good time management enables the parent to balance work, household responsibilities, and involvement in their children's education. It allows them to attend school events, help with their homework, and engage in quality family time. So, as I go along, you'll see that time management plays a great part in everything. And as I go, you're going to see some of those things that I talked about in the beginning of the year are also in this. So it is like a repetition. It's like going over things over and over again. So the next thing we want to talk about is the administrators, because they need effective time management at the administrative level. And that ensures that the school's operations run smoothly. Proper scheduling of staff and activities help create an organized learning environment and enhances overall productivity. Now, we can't leave the children out, because time management skills help children complete their assignments, study for exams, and participate in extracurricular activities. Learning to manage time from a young age fosters responsibility and helps them develop into well-rounded individuals. So that is how time management kind of affects teachers, parents, administrators, and children. So overall, practicing efficient time management benefits all stakeholders in the educational system by fostering productivity, reducing stress, and improving the quality of interaction and outcome. So, do you ever ask yourself, how can I be more effective with time management? I know I do. I do, because I have a problem with time management. And so when you have like a problem with time management, or any type of problem, I think that you need to look at that problem as well. I'm putting this up here. I don't know why, but I'm gonna take that off. Anytime I don't have my logo, nothing is up here. I don't know what happened with all that. I don't know what's going on with it. But anyway, we're going to go. At least I'm on here, okay? at least I am on here, okay? So it might not even be me. It might be some technical thing with the program. So I'm just gonna go on. But I always ask myself, what steps do I need to follow in order for me to be better with time management? And so I know as a teacher, some of these things I did, some of these things I did not do. Okay, for real. But I am going to give you a few steps that might help you. And as I go through these steps, if you have been following me since the beginning of the year, you'll see that some of these things are things that we have discussed before. So the first thing is to set clear goals. And you know that we have talked about setting goals. So you want to define your short-term and long-term goals, both personal and academic. Having clear objectives will help you prioritize your tasks and allocate time accordingly. You want to create a schedule. Develop a daily or weekly schedule that outlines your commitments, classes, study time, and any other activities. And you use tools like a planner or a digital calendar to organize your time. And so I use a planner. It's a big planner. I do use I use my phone as well. But usually I just use my phone for to jot it down in the calendar. And then once I get home, I take those things and I put it in my a big planner. I use a planner, and I need big space, just like this one on this screen, to put all of my details and things like that. But I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I don't think I've always used a calendar or thing, or things like that. Now, the next thing is to prioritize your tasks. You want to identify tasks based upon their importance and urgency. So you want to use techniques like the Eisenhower matrix, urgent to important matrix, to categorize tasks into 4 quadrants. So you have urgent and important. You'll have important but not urgent. And then you're going to have urgent but not important. And then you could have is either neither urgent or important. So you need to categorize your tasks into that, so you can do the most important at first and the least things you can let go. So I always have a list. I was trying to see if I still had my list up here. Here it is. I think this is my list down here, because I always have a list, and this list has on here things to do. And I have it categorized, things to do that's important here. And then I have things over here to do for my podcast. I also have things to do with my baking. But I do make a list. I prioritize my tasks. And so that's important. Some of these things, like I said, some of these things I do, and then some of these things I need to get better at. So then the next thing that you want to do is you want to break your tasks down. You want to break. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Taylor says she's going to share these tips with her sons and daughters. Please do. Please do. Please do. Share these tips. Break tasks down. You want to divide the larger tasks into smaller, manageable tasks. This makes them less overwhelming and easier to tackle with your schedule. Okay. Now, sometimes I have tasks and I break them down. I put them down into little areas that I can say, well, today I'm going to do this and today I'm going to do. And that's basically what this my list was, because I have some letters that I need to send out. So on this day, I would send out letters. And I do sell jewelry. And so on this day, I'm going to do my orders. On this day, I'm going to prioritize. On this day, I have to do that. And even with me doing that, I still have problems with time management. And so the time is the only thing, y'all. It's the only thing that we all have in common. There is only 24 hours in the day. And with that 24, sometimes I wonder, how do other people get everything that they need done within those 24 hours? So that is what I am trying to work on. And hopefully this will help me as well as help you. So you also want to set limits. Set time limits, okay? And I do this now. I do this one. You want to assign specific time blocks for each task. This prevents overcommitting to one task and helps maintain focus and efficiency. So I do set a time. I want to have this done by this time, and I want to have this done by this time. And the next one is so important because you want to eliminate distractions. It's hard because you're going to get distractions. So just try to minimize the distractions during forced work periods. Turn off the notifications. Find a quiet place and work productively. Techniques like I think this is the Pomodoro technique. And all it's saying is working for a set time, and then you follow it up by a short break. So I'm going to spend 3 or 4 hours here working on this task, and then I'm going to take a break. I'm going to do something else. I'm going to relax, and then I might go back to that task. So you want to eliminate distraction, but you want to have, excuse me, some type of, some type of method of getting yourself back into the thing. Because, we all can slip. There's nothing, we're human. We're human. Now, this is the one. This is my, Taylor says, right. So you about won't burn yourself out either. You're right. You're right. I know what you're saying. But the next one, I really have a problem with. I'm not going to lie to you. I really have a problem with that. My granddaughter has even told me that I had a problem with it. And I do. I know, because if somebody comes and asks me something, I'm going to try my best to do it. Sometimes I'm getting better at this. Okay. I don't have any problem in delegating, but I do have problem in saying no. Okay. So you have to learn to delegate tasks when possible and be selective about taking on additional commitments. Saying no politely can really help you protect your time. It really can help you protect your time. And that's why sometimes I think I feel so overwhelmed, is because I take on more than I should take on. You are so right. Taylor said, so true. You can do anything, but not everything. And that is true. That is true. So, and just sometimes people who are a nice, because I consider myself a nice person, but I like to be helpful. I'm a helpful person. And so those people who are helpful, they just don't really know, they don't really want to say no. Okay, so, but I'm getting better at that. I'm really getting better at saying no. And so when I come on here and I give you all these tips, I be telling, I need these tips too. Don't think that I don't, because I do. When I tell you, this is good research for me as well. Now the next one says use technology wisely. So you want to utilize productivity apps and tools to stay organized. They can help you set reminders, track progress, and manage your tasks efficiently. So it's nothing wrong with technology. You just need to use it wisely. Some people are on Facebook all day, with their friends and on different types of apps, but you want to use it wisely. So, and then this is very important to me. I'm a firm believer in this: review and adjust. And you're going to hear another review and learn as we get along, but you want to review and adjust. Regularly assess your schedule and tasks. Determine what's working and what isn't working, and make adjustments to your time management strategy accordingly. Now, I review and adjust, but I don't review and adjust while I'm going along. I think I wait till I'm finished with the product. I know that when I was teaching, I would wait till the end of the year. Well, sometimes if the thing wasn't working with the kids, I would let it go. But most of the time, I would do my reviewing and adjusting at the end. of the school year. And I just don't think, I think that you need to do it all alone. You know, you do it somewhat because some things get into it, but I think that you need to do it all along. Because you need to see what's working. And maybe I was wrong for waiting to the end of the year to see if that was see if it was working. You know, some it worked for some and it didn't work for others. But you just, yeah, periodically. It's like you said, period. You got to do it periodically. Seriously. So the next thing is, which is very important, and you hear me talking about, that's what my podcast is all about. Practice self-care. Allocate time for relaxation, exercise, socialization, hobbies, taking care of your well-being, enhancing your overall productivity and focus. Now, I'm a firm believer in self-care. I don't think that I practice self-care all my life. I think that, and most of the time, mothers fall into this category because, you know, when you have a child, we might do self-care, but we always put those other people ahead of us. You know what I'm saying? We put our children's well-being ahead of us. If we're married, we put our husband's well-being ahead of ourselves. And so in my later years, I can say that I do more now for self-care because self-care is important. It's important. I find time to relax. I find time to exercise. Excuse me. I do my hobbies. I have lots of hobbies. Okay. I socialize. I do all of those things because all of those things are important for you to make you happy and for your whole being. You just cannot do just the things that you just don't like. Okay. There's going to be some things that you have to do that you don't like, but make sure you take care of yourself. And the next one is stay flexible. You got to stay flexible because if you don't, you're going to have things. You're going to have uninterrupted events that can disturb your schedule. Have you know, you need a contingency plan and be adaptable to handle change. And a prime example of that, you can have something planned and then something major can happen in your family. And so it disrupts what you're trying to do. And so therefore, you have got to be able to be adaptable to handle change. So it didn't work this way. I got to turn around and do it maybe another way. And remember, I told you you're going to see that reflect and learn. So, and then this is what it's saying after each week or month, which is not what I did. I reflect on your time management. You want to identify those areas where you excelled because sometimes we don't identify where we do good. We only look at the areas where we need improvement. And we need to look at the whole picture because in those areas that you excel, you can also maybe tweak it. Maybe there's something that you can add to that will make it better. So you want to look at the whole things. The areas that need improvement, you look at those, you reflect on them. If they're working, you keep them. If you don't, you let them go. Okay. And always keep in mind that you can learn from your experiences. The things that you do in life, they're there to teach you a lesson so you can learn. And I always tell people that you can learn from everyone. Okay. When I was teaching, and I'm going to tell you, I taught early childhood. I taught Head Start for close to 20 years in state pre-kindergarten. I taught other grades too, as well. But when you are teaching, you need to reflect, okay, and make those improvements and things as you go on. Now, I had planned to do a commercial, y'all, but as you know, when I tell you that I have no commercials on my thing. All of my commercials are gone, and I don't know what happened to them. But they will be back on here. They'll be back on next week. It's unbelievable. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that I don't have any of those. Any of my commercials. I do apologize for that. But we're going to move on because I want to talk about the really overall practicing efficient time management benefits all stakeholders in the educational system, not just the parents or the children, but the administration and the teachers as well. Now, it fosters productivity, reduces stress, improves the quality of the interaction and outcome. So I want to take a look at the psychological effect and the physiological effect that it has on an individual. So when you look at time management in regards to it psychologically, it reduces the stress. It increases your confidence. It improves focus and concentration. It enhances decision making. And you have a greater sense of control. You have a greater sense of control of your life and all of those things that's going on as well. So, but physically, what it does for you, it gives you better sleep. You sleep better. It reduces the physical strain. It lowers your blood pressure. It enhances immune system, and it improves the overall health of an individual. So I'm looking at my notes, y'all. So understanding these psychological and physiological effects underscores the importance of practicing time management in various aspects of your life. So let me see what's next. All right, let me go back because before I get into telling you what I will be doing in the coming weeks, wish I could help. What do you mean, wish you could help with this? You can help with this. You can help with this. You can help with this. We all can help each other with this. Okay. But before I get into ending my broadcast, and like I said, I do apologize. I had some technical difficulties. I don't know what it is. I think I might change my time and come on later because it's something about that time between 5 and 6:30. I don't know if it's a lot of people on or whatever. I seem to I know. I wish you could too. It help. You said we're finding my commercials. Don't worry about it, because the next time I'm gonna have to do all the commercials that I was supposed to do today, plus some, because people have their commercials, and I do apologize for that as well. But before I get into what's coming up, I just hope that some of this information that I gave you today, somehow or another, it inspires you. And I do hope that it kind of encourages you to do things a little different. And I hope that it empowers you, because as you can see, if you can get into it, your life will be better. And that's basically what it's all about, is sharing knowledge so that we can make our lives better, so that we can live a healthier lifestyle and enjoy life. Okay. And so I most of the time I always end with my 3 L's, which I am going to do. But before I do that, I do want to let you know that these are some of the upcoming topics that I'll be talking about. Next week, I'm going to talk about the different types of schools, because you don't realize how many different types of schools there are. But there are. You have the public schools. Well, everybody knows about the public and private schools, but there are other schools as well, and there's quite a few of them. And so I'm going to kind of discuss those. Then I want to talk about the difference between your regular school and daycare, because daycares, oh, thank you so much. Taylor says, this was very inspiring for sure. My entire family will benefit from this information. I think all families would, because sometimes people, like I told people once before, some people are busy, and sometimes they just don't have the time to do the research, to learn about different things. And unless you're in the education system and you're forced to do it, I'm not forced to do it. What happened with me was that even though I was a teacher, there was a lot of things that I did not know. And as a individual, it came to my realization that I did not know those things. And especially when my mother was ill, I did not know anything about dementia. I didn't know how to handle it. And so it doesn't make any difference whether you're an educated person or not. If you don't know, you just don't know. But it was a rude awakening for me. And so I realized, since I didn't know, other people might not know either. So I took it upon myself to try to shed knowledge so other people will know. Now, it might be somebody out here that's looking for different types of schools. It might be somebody that's looking for daycares. And I would love to, I think I'm talking to one of my daycare providers, because I do work with daycare, to get her to come on. I help daycares to get their national accreditation. I do some consulting for the state. And so the person that I've asked to come on, I don't know if she's going to be able to make it, because it's during her vacation time, but we're going to see. I'm hoping. If not, I'm still going to have her on at a later date. But she is, her daycare was the first daycare that was accredited, because I have a cohort group, about 13, 14. I did have 18 daycares that I work with to help them get their national accreditation. So I'm going to talk about the difference between schools and daycares. And believe it or not, just like there are different types of schools, there are different types of daycares. And so if you feel like this is one of those topics that would interest you, or you think that it might interest someone in your family or a friend, by all means, share my podcast of Sweet Blessings. You can always send them to my YouTube channel, and I will put that back on here real quick. Let me see. You can always send them to my YouTube channel. All of my shows and podcasts are listed there. This one will be listed there without none of my stuff on it. So, but anyway, all of that'll be back on next week. So as I close out today, I'm going to leave you with my 3 L's. And oh, okay. Taylor says she has several people that will benefit, and she says she's going to share this podcast tonight. Thank you so much, because that is why I'm doing this, to make sure that people need to be aware of these things. Most people, when they think about schools, they just think of public and private. They don't think of others. Types of schools as well, because there are other types of schools out here as opposed to just public and private. Okay. So I'm going to leave you this evening with my 3 L's. Anytime I do anything, I always leave people with my 3 L's, because my 3 L's to me signify what life is all about. And that is to live. You want to live your life. When you live your life to the fullest, you're happy. Now, you're not going to be happy every day, but most of the time, you're going to be happy. And then the next thing is to laugh. I like to laugh. Laughter is good for the soul. So make sure that you find time in your day to laugh. And make sure you laugh at yourself, because you do. We all do crazy things as well. And I don't know what this thing is doing. But then the next thing is you want to love, y'all. Make sure you love. Find some way where you can love. The Bible says you're supposed to love everyone, but my grandmother told me, baby, you can love everyone, but some people you have to love with a long wooden spoon. And so I always keep that in mind, because, we all know that certain people do get on our last nerve, but we're supposed to love everyone. So you say yes. Okay. So with that being said, I am going to try to get out of here. Oh my God. Let me see. I'm going to I do have my music. I was able to have my music today. So have a great one, and I will see you all next Wednesday.
The Finkley Experience, an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education and which prepares high school students for college. For more information, visit their website at thefinkleyexperience.com. Fathers to Father Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that strengthens families through father engagement with a goal to help men in our communities to be great dads. For more information, visit their website, fathertofatherinc.org. Ablaze Entertainment. The goal of Ablaze is to take emerging artists and develop them to the next level of their career. For more information, visit their website at ablazeentertainment.net. Thank you. Hey, did you get your merch yet? Your Michael Finkley merch. Visit our website, michaelfinkleyshow.com, and click Finkley Store. You won't be disappointed, I'm telling you. That's good. It's finally here. My brand new single, Biggest Dream Come True. Now available on all streaming platforms.
Hi, I'm Patrick Fawcett. You might know me as Tony Watson from Tyler Perry's The Haves and the Have-Nots. And you are watching The Michael Finkley Show.
On the next Michael Finkley, from NBC's The Voice, Jamar Langley is with us. He talks about his experience on the show, music, and future plans. Next, Finkley.
There's a new familiar face this time. Say hello to the new daytime. See it everywhere you go. Doing the greatest show. It's no other than the Michael Finkley Show. There is no other. He's like no other. I'm so glad that someone resonates with me.
Everybody, welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, he is my South Carolina homeboy, and you have seen him on NBC's The Voice. He is Jamar Langley. How are you?
I am great, Michael, man. How are you doing today?
Like I said before, bro, super, uber, duper well, fantastic.
Yes, sir, and that's it.
All the things.
In that order.
In that order. In that order. And Fink fam, before we got started, we realized literally that we're from the same area. It's
area.
Crazy. Rural South Carolina, country boys.
Come on, country boys, all the way.
Country boys at that. So it's amazing to see persons live out their dreams, especially, Black male, from the same area. You're doing your thing. How did it all begin for you in getting and striving for that dream of yours?
Man, I would say it always started with my mom and dad, man. In the beginning, you should know when, where we grew up at, you're going to get into sports. You're going to get into some type of music in church, or you're going to get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? That's those are your options, Yep. But thankfully, I had my mom and dad. I always say they were the first superstars I ever saw. Dad played guitar, mom sung. So I caught that by the age of 3, man, 3 and 4 years old. So I was on the Sunbeam Choir from 3 to 10. Singing with the little kids, leading the way every Sunday, and going to these anniversaries that we so love to have down there in the South.
Don't we? Every Sunday, listen.
Every Sunday. So eventually I learned how to play the keyboard. I mean, just watching my brother, because he was playing in church, and I picked it up from him and pretty much picked it up by, kind of seeing him play, picked that up. And by that time, I started hearing songs, man. And I'm 12 years old, and I'm writing music at 12 years old. And honestly, man, it started to grow from there. Next thing you know, me and my brothers got a little group. Of course, I'm the youngest of 8, just in case you didn't know. So we had a five-person group, which is another big thing down in South Carolina, quartet.
Okay.
So you already know.
I was just that one the other week.
Yeah, so yeah, man, we had a group, so we would sing at little functions here and there, but I kind of carried it on through that time. Yeah. So by the age of 19, man, I knew that I was ready to live out the dream of music. but still, I'm still in South Carolina, not even knowing the first steps to even move to Atlanta, Georgia, or move anywhere for that matter to do music. So it was just always like a dream, man. Until one day I was at work in King Street. I was working at Sykes, at the Sykes call center.
That's not even there anymore.
That's crazy, man. Wow. You learn something new every day.
Wow.
Yeah, I was working at Sykes, man, the call center, and I just got up and just went to HR. Was like, this is it. I think I'm going to go to Atlanta and follow my dreams, man. Because my brother was already telling me, come on, we can go and perform and grind it out. So, man, that same day, I went home and told my mom and dad I was on the way to Atlanta, and they were like, okay, well, what time you leaving? And I'm like, wow, y'all really like behind me on this thing. And man, yeah, the rest was history, man. Went down here to Atlanta from 2012 to 2015. I had some horrible music experiences. I mean, bad contracts. I'm just, playing on tracks and not getting paid. And it's just like things were just like rocky, man, from 2012 to 2015. It wasn't until about 2016 to where I really caught my footing. By that time, I'm playing bass in church and playing professionally. And, I'm getting in the room with people, making a little money here and there. But it wasn't until I met my guy that I work with now, Jay Reed. And kind of from there, it kind of soared. Still like, shaky ground. Cause like, I'm not doing this 9 to 5, man. I'm going to follow this thing all the way out, no matter how hard it gets or rough it gets. I'm just going to have to ask my sister for $30 or $50 sometime. Listen, whatever it takes to keep the dream alive, no matter how embarrassed I may feel. I was like, forget all of that. I know that I have a gift that's like major, that can be major for the world, man. I just know it. And I just kept working, song after song, video after video, venue after venue, just singing. Sometimes the venue has no mic, man. I'm outside singing and there's a girl holding my mic and I'm singing my single, like just grinding it out, not really caring what was going on. But it wasn't until I'd already played in church by this time for about 9 years.
Yeah.
So I was like, it's time to resign. Let the young musicians come in and I can teach them a few things. Let them go in and play. I've been playing since I've been 13 years old in church. Like, it's time to wrap this thing up. So a month and a half later, man, I check my spam messages on Instagram and there's a message from The Voice. So asking me, do I want to audition for The Voice?
And what I love about your story, Jamar,
Yeah.
is that, it's so real and it's so authentic because you believed in yourself first. I go back to the scripture of a man's gift will make room for him, right? And set him before great men.
Yeah.
You are the epitome of that scripture. You're living out that scripture now because you stayed the course and believing in yourself. You had that support to assist you as well. But
Yes.
you believed in yourself first in order for others to believe in you as well. And
Yes.
now great men are seeing your works. We see you on The Voice, sir. How does it feel living in a dream that you've dreamt for so long?
Man, sometimes I have to pinch myself and remind myself that the dreams I once dreamt are actually realities, like going on around me as I sleep, as I wake up. There are people that love me. I'm on people's minds, like,
Yeah.
Even after The Voice, like people still writing me on how amazing I was. I went home too early. I mean, we're going to follow you here and there. And it's like people starting to recognize me. I actually went on a camping trip this past weekend with some of my family, and we're out in the middle of nowhere, man. We're walking to the waterfall, and I noticed this couple. This is this exclusive story. I'm telling you first. I noticed this couple kept staring at me, and I'm like, okay, that's what's up. Staring. Finally, a lady says, you look familiar. You look like the guy from and she asked her husband, American Idol. He was like, no, I think The Voice. And I was like, oh, that's me. And man, they blew up when they found out it was me, man. And they were like, we were voting for you. We were rooting for you from the beginning. We love you. And I'm out there in the rain at the waterfall in the middle of nowhere camping and taking pictures with fans. You know how that made me feel? the first thing I thought about was growing up at home, man. Like just the dreams I had as a kid, man. Like being in the yard with my cousins singing Boys to Men and just singing Smokey Robinson, and we just thinking we the Temptations, and just really having a dream that I held on to. And just in that moment, I'm like, people are recognizing me. And like you said, man, everybody's seeing the great works, man. And man, God is good. That's really all I can say.
Man.
He kept me on the course, man. Like it was not easy to stay, like throughout the course. Like I got a daughter that's 14, so I became a young dad. I went 2 years of college and had to stop because, I was dad first, and that led to working. And eventually that's why I ended up at Sykes working, doing my thing. And it's just like, this wasn't enough. I'm ready to take the risk and just really give my daughter everything that I would have wanted as a kid, basically. And here I am, man. I'm in the position now to take it there, So like, I'm amped. I'm happy. I'm just grateful to God, man, that He just kept me, first of all, out of trouble. Because again, you already know, in the Low Country, it's so easy to get in trouble, man.
So easy.
It's just super easy. So I'm glad that He kept me out of harm's way, because there were times I would sneak out and ride my bike. There were times I would sneak out with friends and drive to King Street. The guy who got a permit, he's driving us. I'm in the car. Like just little things I think about, even in that moment as I'm taking pictures with these people. Like, man, look at this. Like, the world knows me, and I'm so happy to tell the story of how I got to this point.
Definitely. And please continue to tell it, because it's so encouraging. It's so inspirational, because someone's looking at this and saying, I want to be like him. We need to know the story behind the man. We see the glory, we see the glitz and glamour, but what's the story, right? What makes you who you are? And I know within this amazing experience on The Voice, it changed your perspective on different things. Working with Chance the Rapper and as a mentor, and it really groomed you into a different individual. How did it change your life? How did it change your perspective of even music?
This is comedian Eric Escobar, the Mexipino millennial, and you are watching Gold right now. You know why? Because you're watching The Michael Finkley Show. Stay tuned.
On the next Michael Finkley, co-founder of E! Entertainment, Larry Namer is here. He gives us in-depth information about how he got started in this business, how he was able to start a network today now worth millions of dollars. He talks projects, future plans, and so much more, Fink fam. Next Finkley. Hello everybody, it's Finkley from the Finkley Experience. We're an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first-generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first-generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thefinkleyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Father to Father.
The mission of Father to Father, Charleston, South Carolina, is to help fathers in the Low Country area of South Carolina to be a positive and consistent presence in their children's lives. Father to Father provides community-based programs and support groups for fathers free of charge. They also help fathers connect to other resources they need so they can meet their responsibilities and secure their parental rights. Father to Father offers job coaching and employment connections that benefit fathers. Father to Father is a resource for local organizations that want to provide family support and father-friendly services. If this program is a fit for you, visit our location in North Charleston, South Carolina, and meet our friendly staff here to help and assist. Or visit our website at fathertofatherinc.org. Yes. I know within this amazing experience on The Voice, it changed your perspective on different things. Working with Chance the Rapper and as a mentor, and it really groomed you into a different individual. How did it change your life? How did it change your perspective of even music?
Man, I mean, Michael, man, just being in the room with, because I didn't get a chance to work with Kelly now and Blake, but just knowing that they're in the presence and like I'm still on the show. Like, first of all, Blake and Chance turned around, and Blake is a hard one to turn around. He's just like Kelly.
Is.
They don't turn
He
around
is.
with everybody. So like Blake and Chance turned around. I chose Chance. And immediately I was thinking about my future. I'm going to gain the wisdom. He was an independent artist. He's always been an independent artist. He won a Grammy as an independent artist. I'm like, I'm choosing you for not just the show, but even after the show, just to have that opportunity.
Yeah.
But during the show, just like seeing how everyone else is looking at me that never met me, but they only heard me a few times, my perspective of who I was went from, okay, little country boy, I can sing, that moved to Atlanta, that's been hustling, to, bro, you are a superstar. Walk in it. Like, plenty of times I had to tell myself to just walk in the stardom, man. These people aren't pretending to love you. These people actually love you. And every time Chance would hear me sing in the rehearsals, like his reactions to me singing, and as you saw, like when he realized that I could actually play guitar, like when I picked it up and I was playing, I was singing Gravity. These people are blown away. The MD, all of the musicians, the background singers, even the person I was singing with, like, wow. So it's like my perspective of me, it didn't go from like, yes, listen, I acknowledge I'm country boy from Andrew, South Carolina, but like God placed me with a gift for the world, man. Like I belong up here to spread the gift, but I'm also spreading the good news of love, because that's what God is. And He's assigned me to spread that to the world through, through my gift. And it's great that others see that. Like the vocal coach, she's such a very well-known vocal coach, and for her to say, "Hey, there's a light on you every time you get on stage," I'm like, "Oh, I tell you." And Chance telling me, man, like, you're not just an artist, you're an artist. Like, you are like super ready to go. And that was one of the first things Blake's ever said to me too. And that was during my battle round. Like, man, you're ready to go beyond the final. Like, you're ready to go out on the road and just sing right now. That just gave me a whole other perspective of everything I've been doing professionally for the last 11 years, man. It just changed my whole mind about my approach to music, how I hear myself, how I judge myself, how I see myself. All of that has changed. It's like they're seeing me as up, so I have no choice but to see myself as up. Yeah.
And that's the only way to go.
That's the only way to go, man. Come on.
Right?
There it is.
I had an advisor in college. She said, "Baby, your name is going to be great." Jamar, do you think your name is great?
Yes. Yes. I absolutely think my name is great. If you would have asked me that question probably about 2 or 3 years ago, I would have been like, yeah, it's becoming great. It's getting there. Oh, yeah. Because I'm just judging myself off of everybody else's journey that may have gotten there faster than mine, or people's opportunities that they've gotten. But like I learned, man, like, and it was like a hard but great lesson for the voice, that I learned that I was actually great. And Jamar, like the name Jamar Langley is definitely great. Yes.
It definitely is. Are you proud of yourself?
Man, I am extremely, I'm extremely proud of myself, man. Like, I'm just like honestly reminiscing on the moment, because I'm like, I didn't take any of it for granted. Whether it was pre-production, whether it was cameras flowing, whether I was in stage rehearsals, staging, with my stage presence, in vocal rehearsals, it's like I sucked in every single moment of those 6 months, because we started shooting in September, but up until now I sucked in every single moment. I got to know a lot of different people, got a lot of different perspectives, and more people fell in love with my music and with me and with the name Jamar, to the point where Chance had to bring us back to perform with him. He flew us back to LA. So it's like I'm super proud of myself, man. And just to say that I was from Andrew, South Carolina, is kind of it gave me like it's like armor. It just armored me up, man, for just the next level, man. Yeah.
Well, stay suited up because you're gonna need it because you haven't seen anything yet. Do you think that the fame is gonna change you?
No. I've experienced too much of what happens when you're not yourself. Trying to, when you're trying to fit into something, money or no money, when you growing up, like, and you trying to find your crew, find your people, and you end up doing things that don't even correlate with your family, to the point where a cop has to tell you, boy, I know your mom and daddy don't know you out here. What are you doing out here? I get why they're out here, but you come here, Langley boy. I know your mom and dad. Why you out here? So it's like I learned those lessons early on, man, to just be myself. And although there were times when I felt small in the room, I realized that it was only because, bro, I made myself small in the room. But others were seeing me as big in the room, but it's like I wasn't confident enough in myself to be big in the room, like, or be present in the room. And honestly, man, just fame, honestly, I'm gonna be the same person. I don't see me changing, not one bit. No amount of money can change me because my mom and dad are watching and my kids, and I care about that.
Amen. Amen. But I love the fact that it's okay to change, but only for the better.
There you go. That part right there.
Only for the better. That's
Only
why
for
we're
the
changing. And
That's
we love to pay it forward as well.
Yeah.
Right? Those individuals that have helped us, have been with us, the support aspect, all that
Yeah.
good stuff. So we dare not forget any of them as well. What are you still learning about Jamar and this awesome gift of singing? What are you still learning about yourself?
The thing that I'm learning about myself is it's okay to be my version of black. You know what I'm saying, Michael?
It's okay.
It's all good, bro.
It's
Like,
okay.
listen, I'm not overly cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm not overly serious. I'm not always like trying to be blinged out and trying to put the persona of the black artist of today, man. Like, I'm just me, man. I like Vans. I'm just me, Michael, man. And honestly, that's just never going to change, man. At the end of the day, that's something that I hold highly, is the fact that I could just really be myself.
And that's better than anything in this world, I feel.
Yeah.
Being you. Because
That's
you
it.
fell in love with you, right?
There
If
you go.
change that aspect of yourself, then why are we still in love with you? Why do we continue to support you, right? So I love that.
Yeah, and exactly. I should be on here as a 3-time Grammy winner and still be able to talk to you the same way.
Yes.
I shouldn't come in here chained out with the big old Jamar across my chest. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? No, this is it. This is going to be Jamar with no Grammys right now, and with the 10 Grammys that I'm going to get. I said 3, but I felt like I put my number too low. With the 10 Grammys I'm going to get, I'm still going to be able to talk to you same way. It's not going to change.
If you didn't, I will call you out on the street. I'm like, you know who I am.
Yeah,
sir. You know who I am.
And you got that right, because we right down the road from each other.
Right. You know who I am. Stop playing games.
Right.
So, what's next? What's next?
All right, man. So, Michael, I got a few things that I'm putting together. Yeah. So we're currently slash like a little listening party. Some meet and greets. You get to meet me, take pictures, and yes, man, show up. Make sure you be there. I'm gonna get with Leslie, man, because she's gonna give you everything. And I'm also gonna release a single very, very soon. I'm talking about soon, along with a nice project, man. And man, I can't wait to release this music, to be honest. It's next level, man. And God really had his hand in this one. Like he always has his hand in everything I do. And I thank him. Thank you, Jesus. But this music, he really got in there. And he really brought the best out of me as like a musician, singer, arranger, just a lyricist, all that stuff just kind of, it's there. And I've captured the feeling. And it's funny because I actually finished most of this project before The Voice. But then The Voice came in the project. Yeah, that's right. And the songs I sung correlated almost in conjunction to a more modern style of what I did on The Voice. It was like, yeah. So it's like, it's up there. So I'm excited for that project. And my first big show is going to actually be in Andrew, South Carolina. Yeah. I'm taking it back home, man. Yes, I'm shooting for October. Yes, I'm waiting on some venues, some finals on some venues, but back in October, man, doing a festival there. And I think that's around homecoming as well. So a lot's going to be going on. I'm putting the show together, man. And my goal is to do it on the actual football field that I ran track on, that I played football on. Okay, that I used to sneak on and play football on with my friends. Like, yes, that field, right in Andrews, at Andrews, South Carolina, Andrews High School. So that's what's going on, man. It's happening.
I love it. And it's happening. It's going to happen. So
it's
keep
going to
us
happen.
updated. And how can the Think Fam follow you on social media and listen to your amazing music as well?
Oh man, Think Fam, listen. I'm on Instagram. I had to say it. I'm on Instagram at Jamar Langley Music. I'm on Facebook at Jamar Langley Music. I also have a more personal page, Jamar Langley. You can reach me on both. I'm always posting updates and everything on there. I'm on TikTok at Jamar Langley Music. Follow me. I'm trying to get to 10K, so go on and get me there, Think Fam. Come on, Think Fam. I'm actually on Twitter as well, Jamar_Langley. Connect with me, follow me there. I currently do have In My Dreams that's out everywhere on all music platforms. If you want to catch up on, how I sounded before The Voice, please go listen to In My Dreams. You're going to love it. I have great music on there. I actually also have, it's called Love Sessions Volume 1. It's so much music I'm almost forgetting. It's crazy. So Love Sessions Volume 1 is like a little mixtape where I pay homage to all of the R&B greats from here in Atlanta. Very dope. I actually got some originals on that as well. You go to my YouTube, I was actually releasing music every Friday before The Voice. Like every Friday I would release like a 1 to 2 minute song. So music is everywhere, man. And if you look up my name, I'm just on multiple people's stuff and features, and connect with me, y'all. That's it. Think Fam. Let's go.
Connect and stay connected. Stay connected.
That's it. Stay connected.
I promise you, the next biggest thing on the move, his name is Jamar. There he is right here. Thank you so much for being with us. We're family now, so you can't get rid of us. He can't get rid of us, Think Fam. Can't get rid of us. Thank you so much.
Man, it's been a pleasure, Michael. Y'all can't get rid of me. So it goes both ways.
I love it. Think Fam, don't go away. Back in a moment.
Hey guys, it's your girl Rama Montakabi, aka Peaches, on the hit show BMF on Stars, and you are watching The Michael Finkley Show.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
My name is Marcus Brandon. You might have seen me as Diedrich on Mayor of Kingstown, and I'm right here sitting with you on the Michael Finkley Show.
On the next Michael Finkley.
co-founder of E Entertainment. Larry Namer is here. He gives us in-depth information about how he got started in this business, how he was able to start a network today now worth millions of dollars. He talks projects, future plans, and so much more, Think Fam. Next, Finkley.
Settle Shark with Dr. Liddy and Lonnie Osborne, who can't be here. I'm from Tallahassee, Florida, and I'm visiting here now, and it's just such an honor to be here with you all and share the story of Settle Shark, which has been an incredible journey. I have a law degree. I don't practice law. I teach at Florida State University. Been doing that for 13 years. Love it. Students would come after class, say, hey, I have a problem with a lease. How do I get out of this? I had to look up the statutes. Little known fact, you can get out of a lease in Florida pretty easy. And I showed them how to do it. They thanked me. I realized later through my own personal experiences dealing with insurance companies, car rental companies, moving companies, they wanted to rip me off for thousands of dollars. And I didn't let them. I used my legal knowledge. I ended up not having to pay or getting money back. So then I told myself, okay, how do I do this and help other people, right? And so it's just not just me and my students. So I started Settle Shark with that mission in mind, to reduce the access to justice problem that exists in this country, which is terrible, right? People just can't afford lawyers. They don't know how to access the legal system. It's a system that, in my opinion, in many ways is designed to basically, not help people and keep people in the dark. Settle Shark is here to help people for a one-time fee of $47, no subscription, no hidden fees. We will sell you a demand letter, and we sell them in every state. We've sold them in, I think, 6 states so far. We've helped consumers get thousands of dollars back from companies. We have stories where people have gone up against the biggest corporations in the world. Our first success story was a gentleman in New Jersey who's an Uber driver who went to a British Petroleum gas station, pumped gas like he did every week, and it turned out that it was bad gasoline. I didn't even know that was a thing, but you can actually get bad gasoline that will mess up your engine. He had to go get it cleaned. It cost him $504 with, I think, 97 cents. He was a loyal customer. He wrote to them. He said, British Petroleum, please, I only use your company. I have your mobile app. Please refund me the money. They didn't even talk to him. They ignored him for months. He uses our letter. In 2 weeks, he gets a letter from British Petroleum with their letterhead saying, we're opening up a case for you. Send us your documentation. A few months later, they cut him a check for $504.97. And again, our Settle Shark demand letters, which is something a lawyer would typically write for you, right? But you have to hire a lawyer, is what gets it all done. That's how this system works. It's crazy. You have to go through all these steps and hoops just to get something done. And we make it simple for people online. It's called settleshark.com. We've returned thousands of dollars for average consumers. We're online. We are here to help. And we're out there if you want to talk to us and tell us your stories. So thank you very much for allowing us the chance. Thank you so much.
Aluva Life Greens actually started for me when I was 23 years old. I went out and bought a $400 industrial juicer, and I started juicing every single week. And I hated it. It took so much time, it cost money, and it was a process. That's when I started making the Life Greens product. It truly is the one drink that you should take every day for the rest of your life.
My name is Amy, and I absolutely love fitness. I'm a licensed cosmetologist and a professional makeup artist. Eating healthy is not the easiest thing. We get so busy in our lives, it's really hard to take the time to eat healthy and to eat right. My absolute favorite thing about this product is that they combine reds, greens, and probiotics in one mix. You put it in your water and you shake it up and voila, it's so easy and it tastes amazing. You'll feel a difference. Then you start believing that you really can change and that you can actually feel better.
Hello and welcome to Coffee Conversations and Book Talks with Sandy. I am delighted that you are here with us on this Thursday evening, and it is July. Yes, this is our celebration, y'all. This is my birthday month. So we celebrated all week, all month. Yes, in some form or fashion, with giving God all the glory for making it into another year. I am Sandy Sanders. I am the host and creator of the Coffee Conversation and Book Talks with Sandy platform, where we host authors, anthology book projects, and most of all, I say that it is for you. Why do I say that? Guys, y'all know, because you just might be looking for a good book to read. And tonight we are super excited to have visionary author that is joining us on this evening. I've had the privilege of interviewing her as a contributing author with her publisher. Yes, we are talking about Apostle Valerie Howard Jones and her publisher, as well as a dear friend and all of that other good stuff, mentor. But yes, the phenomenal world global speaker, entrepreneur, yes, the phenomenal Allison G. Daniels. I already call her Dr. Daniels anyway. But without further ado, you all, I want you to share this out. I want you to get it out to your community and share it out. And we are going to say hello to these phenomenal women. Apostle Val, how are you doing this evening?
Hello, beloved. How are you? I'm well.
Listen, yes, I am super, super excited to have you here with me. And congratulations on your book. Being an author is nothing new to you. And congratulations on this book. I am looking forward to our conversation on this evening. And you have brought the ladies of the book with you. So,
We're
so how
only
you
missing
feeling?
one. We're only missing one out of the 8.
Yeah.
She's unfortunately in the hospital right now, but she's praying like she always is. Amen. And before we get too far in it, I'm a July birthday girl too. So that makes me love you even more.
Yes, indeed. You know, there's always a reason and a reason. I say for all. Absolutely. Well, we're going to again welcome our audience. You all, those who are tuning in, thank you so much for tuning in on our YouTube channel, as well as you may be listening to a replay, but we are live. We're live on the Coffee Conversation Facebook, streaming live, and our platform is a part of the CTR Media Network, where we are heard in over 350 million viewers worldwide. It is a different form of podcasting, and we are heard in over 100 countries. Coffee Conversations, you all, it is all because of you. We're still in that top 10 of the CTR Media Network of podcasters. We ranked at number 6 or 7. We were at 10 in May. So we are now moving on up. And so, yes, I believe that we're at the number 6 ranking, but we thank you. It is because of you. It is because of your support. It is because of you viewing and just sharing it out that is causing us to be sitting in the seat, and we give God all the glory. Well, as I mentioned, we've got the phenomenal Apostle Valerie Howard Jones here with us, and she has a book that is out, and her publisher, yes, I call her Dr. Yes, Reverend Allison G. Daniels. She is the forwarding author and publisher. Come on, ladies, and say hello.
Hi. Everybody say
hello.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Absolutely, absolutely. Well, without further ado, first of all, we're going to go ahead into a word of prayer, and then I will introduce our guests. You all go ahead and drop some names in those. Those of that are tuning in, I need you to share it out with your community. All right. Gracious Heavenly Father, we bless you tonight. We give you glory and we give you honor. We take a moment to pause and acknowledge that you are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. We thank you, Father, for waking us up this morning and binding the hand of the enemy in all kinds of ways. Father, you have raised up a standard against him. When he came in against us like a flood, David declared that you will raise up a standard against him. And we thank you. Unaware, we are not aware of how he wanted to just cause defeat in our lives. And so we stand on the promises. Your word declares is that no weapon formed against us shall be able to prosper. And we thank you tonight for these authors, these great women of God that stood and stand on your promises, Father, and they say yea and amen. So Lord, have your way tonight in our conversation. Be in the midst as we share our testimonies of just how you have blessed us and caused these women to walk in their purpose, to walk giving you glory and honoring you in the things, oh God, that you have placed in their hands. You've allowed them and trust them with their gifts and their talents to be a blessing into the kingdom of God. And so for that, Lord God, we say thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. So those of you, we are on tonight, and yes, this is one of our nights that we do some showcasing of authors. And tonight our guest is the Anthology Book Project that has actually already achieved their bestseller acknowledgments and credentials. They are, it is Apostle Valerie Howard Jones and the contributing authors. This book is called Aborting the Spirit of Abortion. Now, when I saw this title of the book, I had to dig a little bit deeper. I said, oh, she coming with it for sure. But these ladies are stepping both. Okay, so let's go ahead and meet our visionary author. Yes, she is a DC native and is the CEO in Apostle Val Ministries and the founder and senior pastor of Restoring Life Family Community Church in Bowie, Maryland. Apostle Val is the CEO of the SIBTT literary group, Sister, I've Been There Too, which is a ministry birthed out of the book, Sister, I've Been There Too. But I came back to get you. SIBTT is a compilation of testimonies written by 9 very different women and 1 man about just how good God has been in their life. She's also the co-author, recently released Empowered to Win. So when this was put out, yes, she was in the Win 2 and 3rd edition, which are another collaboration of testimonies, encouragement to the body of Christ and for the body of Christ. These writings have made Apostle Val an Amazon #1 bestseller, both nationally and internationally. Also, she is the contributing author of another book, On Drink from His Well, and that is in 2008 for her first published writing. And there's more to tell. She can share some of that as we move on. There's so much to you. But again, welcome, Apostle Val, as a visionary author. It is an honor. Thank you so much for trusting us. Come on and say hello to our audience tonight.
Good evening and hello to everybody. Thank you so much, Dr. Sandy, for having us. It's an honor to be with you again and to see you. You're looking well, and I'm just happy to be here.
Indeed, looking fabulous yourself. I love. So come on, let's go ahead around the room. Do you mind? We're going to do a round robin and say hello to each of the ladies, and then we'll come back and have a dialogue. How this book really started. Well, I'm going to go ahead and start with your publisher. Yes, our dear friend, sister in the Lord, Prayer. I tell you, when she needs a prayer, I need a prayer. We're going to connect with one another. We're going to call on the name of the Lord and watch Him work. We're talking about none other than, yes, Reverend Allison G. Daniels of AGD Publishing Services, as well as your 40 author. Come on, my friends, say hello to everyone.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much, Dr. Sandy, for having us. I count it an honor and a blessing. I'm super happy to be here today and to be a part of the project. So thank you so much for having us.
Absolutely. And we're going to go ahead. I'm always glad when you come over. It's like coming on back over to the house and we girls have yes, indeed. Lady Vicky Montgomery, come on and say hello. Introduce yourself to us.
My name is Vicky Montgomery. I did put my maiden name in, so my other people will actually know. And
okay.
They can't believe that we would even do anything of this nature at all. So
you said they can't believe that you're doing this?
No, and cannot believe it at all. It's a big leap into the deep for me.
Wow. Well, we look forward to hearing and reading a portion of that tonight. And we have the phenomenal, yes, Lady Yvette. Yes, Lady Yvette, come on and say hello to us, if you will.
We can't hear you, Yvette.
Hi, everybody. Hello.
There you go.
I am so honored to be here tonight. Thank you so much for having me. It is a pleasure, and I am looking forward to hearing everybody speaking tonight. Thank you.
You are so welcome. And we have with us Lady Desi Diamond, if she will, come on and say hello to us.
Greetings and salutations. My sincere gratitude for you being our host tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. We'll talk in the conversation.
That's what we do. That's what we do. Listen, those of you that are tuning in, go ahead and tag your girlfriend in. I can tell already. This is going to be a girls' conversation. Okay. We got some phenomenal ladies in here. And then we also do have another author that is with us, Lady Tiffany. You want to come on and say hi to us?
Hello, everyone. I'm Tiffany Lynette, and this is my first written project. And my story is, different. And I, too, when I heard about the spirit of abortion, I was like, what am I getting myself into? But here I am, still asking, what have I done? But nevertheless, it is it's an exciting journey, and so glad to be a part with these lovely ladies. So thank you for having us.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And as the visionary author mentioned earlier, there is just one more, and two more.
It's two. You missed Sister Gwen.
Sister Gwen is in the hospital?
Yeah, no, she's right here.
Oh, Sister Gwen, come on.
Well, welcome. I'm honored to be in the presence of you, Dr. Sandy, for having us and hosting with us this wonderful evening. And honored to be with all of my sisters and our wonderful visionary author and our outstanding Dr. Allison, I'm going to say the same, on this wonderful project that we have opened up to the world. So not just for the sisters, but for men. So tag your guy friends too.
Okay, I'm telling y'all to tag your guy friend too. Yes, indeed. Well, listen, we are going to have an amazing conversation. I'm telling you. So the book is called Aborting the Spirit of Abortion. There are approximately 8 extraordinary women that is written whose faith has been tested and tried by life's trials and tribulations. Come on, Apostle Val, come on, give us a backdrop of how this came about. You are a writer, you're an author, #1 bestseller, have written several different projects.
Well, this came about as I was in Sister, I've been there too. I talked more in depth about having an abortion at 17 and a half. And as I'd been praying and talking to God about the judgment and the way we beat people down in the church and how we won't let folk be released from their past. And that was one of the things. I was 17 and a half. July 22nd, I'll be 59. I shouldn't still have to be talking to people or dealing with people feeling like God shouldn't have anointed me or God can't use me or any of those things because of a decision that I made when I was a child that I didn't know what else to do. And so I was praying and the Lord put the book in my spirit, I guess about 3 years ago. And I kept procrastinating because of the in-depth research that I felt like I was going to have to do for it to be, not just some words in a book, but something that made something. And about 6 months ago, the Lord said, make it an anthology. And I talked it over with Allison. We've kind of been throwing this around for about a year or so. And she encouraged me to just keep pushing. And when I realized that it was time for this to be an anthology, I hurried up and called Allison because that took the pressure off of me. So I was excited to open the door because these women are amazing. And I've known most of them. Desi is my aunt. Gwen, I've known her since before she had her kids. Yvette we went to high school together. I met Vicky when she was pregnant with her young adults. So we've been knowing each other for a minute. But can I just tell you that even knowing all of these women as well as I know them, they all still shock me with what they wrote.
Okay.
Because that just shows you don't never know people 100%. I don't care. I'm telling you, as long as I could remember thinking Aunt Desi was there, and I still didn't know some of the stuff that she, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I shouldn't have had to know it, but to me, it just all seemed kind of interesting that the story that the Lord put on each one of them to write was things that I wasn't really aware of with all of the time that I've known them. And it just gave me a different perspective of them as women and as the women in my life. And I'm praying that what they've written, the weight, but also the freedom that comes with what they wrote will be a blessing to every person, whether you're male or female, when you pick this book up.
Yeah. You talked about, I think you said something really powerful, you all, and you got to grab what Apostle Val talked about. She mentioned she's very transparent. She's being transparent, and especially in the Black church. In the Black church, and now I can't speak for the Caucasian or any other nationality other than my own.
Right.
And so because, like you said, a decision, let's talk about the elephant, as you said, maybe that's where it's going, the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
And being 17, making that decision. And like you said, here you are now embarking on being 59. And is it that now you are now free, really walking in your freedom, and you're able to help other women that too made those decisions at whatever age level or season in their life? Come on and talk about that, how you walked in your freedom. When did you know that you were free?
Actually, I read an article. It started actually for me in high school. My research papers for my junior and senior year were on abortion. And I guess about 10 years ago, between 5 and 10 years ago, I read an article that really bothered me. And it was talking about the mental state of women who had abortions and how there's no help and people ignore and people judge. And so, that was a part of it for me. But this isn't just about a physical abortion. Correct. This is about anything that people have tried to tell you that you can't do, that God equipped you to do.
Correct.
A lot of us have gone through, I was raised in the Church of God in Christ, you know what I mean? And then Baptist, and there's a lot of things in the church that was taught by man that God don't care nothing about. And if God can forgive me and I can forgive myself, then I don't understand what the problem is. What we tend to do to people is try to live our lives through them or manipulate and control their lives. You can't do this. Oh, God won't be pleased. You're going straight to hell. I mean, it's just like ongoing battle that if you're not who I want you to be, I'm gonna send you to hell. And if the truth be told, I'm never gonna be what you want me to be. I'm gonna always be what God wants me to be. And so as I began to heal, I just feel like God knew that this was the season for me to be able to branch out and speak. Because I'm always transparent. All my ladies will tell you that I get beat up. Well, they try to beat me up. You gotta care for them to beat you up, because it's such thing as being too transparent. Did you have to share that part? I would have never said that, but you're not me, so that's why I said it. So it's an ongoing thing. And when you read these testimonies, this written in chapters, there's a common theme, which is that I thought this, they said that, but this is really what it is.
Right. I love it. I love it. And so, as you said, that there's other descriptions of what you're describing, as you've written in your introduction, is that the religious stigma on abortions and in the Christian environment, which are religious beliefs concerning abortion, and not to mention the anguish and the rejection and the isolation and the pain that comes along with the church beliefs. But you're also talking about, as you said, the aborting of dreams, people telling you you can't do something, or that you're always going to be held in bondage because of the decision that you made, not being able to be ministered to, loved on. Come on, you all talk to me. You're a part of this book. Why did you say yes? That is my signature question. And so, Lady Vet, I'm going to start with you. Why did you say yes to this book project?
I didn't.
She said yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you, Dr. Sandy, but I'm the only one out of the crew that didn't say yes.
You said that you didn't say yes.
No, I did not say yes. I was voluntold.
Okay, so hold up, wait a minute. Okay, when it's time to write and time to pray, and you were like kicking and screaming the whole entire time?
Pretty much. I'm the baby of the group, and yeah, so no, I did not get asked, and I did not get we didn't have a conversation. It was a one-way street. This is what you're going to do, and this is when it's going to get done.
Okay, all right. And now, how are you feeling now that you have written your chapter, your book? You're a best-selling author, international level. Come on now.
Yes. Now, see, that's the plus side. That just encourages her to do this again. As in, I don't have to ask you. We're just going to do it. So, yeah, there's a plus side to that. But I can't say anything negative about the experience. And writing this was just, it was an epiphany that I actually had.
Okay.
A few months before it actually, I actually wrote my testimony. And so it was something that I had lived my entire life, but yet I did not see this. Mm-hmm. I am the only one, I believe, from this group. I am a result of a botched abortion.
Okay.
But it is not what I talk about.
Got it.
And so my perspective is different on the subject, the physical part. But as far as what I wrote about, it's the thing that, we talk, how we raise our kids, how we live our life.
Yes.
And the image that we, like other people, Pastor Val was saying, we put people in boxes. And so this was very therapeutic and cathartic, to say the least. And I would do it again in a heartbeat.
Good.
I'm sorry I said that, but yes, I would do it again in a heartbeat. It was a wonderful ride with these ladies. Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Lady Yvette Jones, you will come on and say hello to us. How are you feeling now that you participated in this particular book project? Tell a little bit about who you are.
Okay, she's taking it off now. You gotta take yourself off mute, sis. There you go.
I'm feeling really. Hello, I'm feeling really blessed that I had this wonderful opportunity to write in the book. I was really nervous at first. I won't lie. I was my story is really different. Mine is about me being molested at 12 years old. So I was very, very nervous about writing it. And Pastor Val know that I started and then I was like, no. And actually I started breaking out in the hives and just everything. I was very, very nervous. And then I was like, you know what? It's time. And I heard from God and I knew it was time. I needed to be set free. And
Amen.
I had already heard from God years ago. So why are you so nervous? He had already something different when you're writing it and you know that people are going to read it and people are going to know to this. What are they going to think? I don't really care because look at me. I survived. And
that's it.
Wow. It's time to let people know that I didn't do anything wrong. I walked around for years being ashamed and embarrassed about something that they had the sickness and the illness. It wasn't my fault. It was his fault that he thought that he had the right to touch me. It wasn't anything wrong with me. So I literally feel so good that I actually started writing because there's a part 2 coming out so that there is going to be other people, other women and men to know that you have no right to violate anybody. And I'm going to talk about it so that other people will know, hey, you can survive and that you can overcome because I did. And I am totally set free.
Yes, indeed. I love it. You're walking in your total, as they say, wholeness. You're whole and totally set free. And that's the blessing right there. Well, I want to stop here so that we can just hear from this phenomenal woman. Yes, you all had this conversation. Reverend Allison G. Daniels, the publisher of this great book project, also the forwarding author. You all know, yes, 18-time best-selling author, global speaker. I'm just going off the top of my head for sure. But yes, she is a coach. She's a publisher. Come on, Dr. Allison, I want to hear, this is a bold move. This is, especially with the title. Yes. This was a bold move, I have to say, because I've been doing this for a minute, and when I say a minute, I'm pretty much, books have come across I've sat with you all, but this is different. Come on and talk to us.
Definitely. So thank you, and you are right. This definitely was a bold move, even for me, being a publisher and putting it out. But Apostle Val and I talked, I know, about 2 years ago when we constantly were
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Today, I want to thank everyone. Yes, thank everyone for tuning in to the CTR Media Network live stream, baby. We stream 24/7, 7 days a week on our website, on our 24-hour, 24/7 online TV. We can see some of the best in the podcasting industry on CTR Media Network, excuse me, as well as businesses and products and services and overcoming all the good stuff that you need to do in order to walk into your best life, baby. So right now, what we're going to do, we're going to end this CTR Media Network live stream for today. We're going to go to a commercial break, and we want to encourage everybody who is on now, everyone that is on now, to hop on over to the Tina Ramsey Show. Yes, the Tina Ramsey Show, because we are about to go live, baby, with our guest, Mr. Richard. If you want to learn about your culture and passion and DNA and all that good stuff, get connected back to yourself, then you definitely want to see this episode live. And I want you to come in live, like, follow, share, and subscribe, and so that we can give you a shout out. But before we go out, because I would be remiss if I did not do this. Let me see, can we pull up the names of the individuals who supported this live stream? Because we have quite a few of you. So we have Paulette Strong. Thank you for always supporting on this live. Thank you so much to all of our CTR Media Network podcasters, and thank you for everyone who will be watching this on the replay. When you watch this on the replay, put #replay. And don't forget to comment, because we're still going to acknowledge you on another live stream. I am Dr. T.J. Ramsey, your host for the CTR Media Network live stream, bringing you the best of an impactful content creators, yes, podcasters. We just want to make a positive impact and also provide solutions to your problems. Make sure to go to ctrmedianetwork.com to be able to watch the remaining book talks with Sandy, and make sure that if you are a podcaster or a content creator and you would like to join the community and join the family, go to CTR Media Network and click the store feature so that you can join our CTR Media Network family, because we would love to have you. On that note, you guys, have a great, amazing rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow. Same time. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today. CTR Media Network has amazing opportunities to expand the visibility of business owners, entrepreneurs, authors, coaches, and podcasters on our platform. Would you like to be interviewed on any of our podcasting shows where we're booking right now? So go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Would you like to have an ad in our upcoming Podcast Revolution magazine? Well, simply go to our website and place your ad today. We also have commercial placement opportunities. We would love to play your commercial during the airing of our CTR Media Network Live and the Tina Ramsey Show. We would love to partner with you. If you feel that your business is a right fit, contact us about our sponsorship opportunities. CTR Media Network has a variety of different opportunities to fit every budget. So reach out to us by going to ctrmedianetwork.com and book the appropriate ad for yourself today.